adoption of the agenda. Dr. Mitchell, are there any corrections or items to be pulled from the agenda?
There are two. So there were a total of 16 candidates that were attached to this board agenda. This evening, we will be talking to 14 candidates. One candidate has voluntarily withdrawn, and one candidate, after checking all of the residency information, lives outside of the trustee areas that are open. So there are a total of 14 candidates that should be joining us for our meeting this evening. And so that is the only change, and that would be to the attachments. So Reina Valdez and Sabrina Lee are not participating this evening.
Thank you. Can I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda of the board study session of Thursday, February 25th, 2021, with the changes as noted by Dr. Mitchell?
I'll make the motion.
Motion with the change.
I have a motion by Mr. Malkin, a second by Mr. Chin. Any discussion? We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Chin?
Aye.
Mr. Malkin?
Aye.
Mr. Venegas?
Aye.
And for Ms. Pride, that is also an aye. Motion carries. Next, I will lead you in all in attendance in the Pledge of the Allegiance. Please rise. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next, we'll go to public comments. Written requests to address the board. Dr. Mitchell, are there any comments?
Yes, there are.
Okay, please note the public is welcome to provide comment to the board. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes unless extended or limited by the vote of the board. A maximum of 20 minutes unless extended by the board is allocated for each subject discussed. The Brown Act open meeting regulations under which the board must operate do not allow board members to comment on non-agenda items or information you may bring up that are not on the agenda. Additionally, no action can be taken. However, the board may give direction to staff following a comment. Ms. Ward, the first comment.
Yes, hello. Our first comment is by Roy Humphreys.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can. Please go
You
ahead.
can hear me. Okay. Starting on Ms. Pride, pursuant to your last meeting comments, you have every right to be confused regarding retired Bond Oversight Committee Chairman Harry Peterson's recognition certificate in that Superintendent Mitchell made this contact nearly 2 years after the fact. And then I must thank Superintendent Mitchell's description of her conversation with Mr. Peterson was great therapy for his terminal cancer. And when I told him, he started laughing and he just couldn't stop. And Mr. Venegas, I found that your comment regarding and the joyous situation, everybody about the audit with no findings or bad things. I find it ironic that such euphoria should come as a result of simply doing the job for which the persons are employed/hired and doing it correctly. At last meeting, Miss Urbien, if I'm saying her name correctly, of the Teachers Union endorsed Miss Friedman to fill the seat in Area 5. I submit that she should be removed from the list in that she was part of the board along with Superintendent Mitchell that allowed an insurrection of a public meeting led by union leader Shay Lohman, in which all board members ran for the rear office, leaving the public at the mercy of these persons. It is all on video on my YouTube channel because the board refused to adopt this standard of respect. We need appointees that will change this RUSD culture and put transparency at the top of core values. Video record all public board and bond oversight committee meetings and post them for public replay. Also, adopt a Zoom type function for all meetings. And that's all I have for this moment, and thank you very much.
Ms. Ford, the next public comment.
Yes, our next person is Ms. Amy Urbien, President of ARE.
Good evening, school board. For those of you that don't know me, I am Amy Urbien, the Association of Rowland Educators President. I want to thank all the applicants who are here for their interviews tonight and going through the process with the hope to serve the community through the board appointments. Tonight we have an important task, especially in these unprecedented times, because the policies that are set will have an immediate impact on our community. It is important that the board appoint 2 members that we know the why of our current situation in this pandemic and how to open schools safely for in-person learning. We also need to have trustees that know our students' learning environment is the working conditions of ARE, and that there are areas that need to be improved as we continue to strive to be the best district in the local area. Former board member Donna Freeman knows the discussion and logistics we've had to implement during our distance learning and before that. Ms. Freeman knows that our educators are working hard and students are learning this school year. When she was on the board this school year, she went into those Zoom classrooms and saw that students are learning and that educators were continuing to teach and provide the services needed to succeed this school year. She's also been part of the discussions on what a safe opening of schools looks like for in-person learning when she served our community. Having that experience and stability will help our district as we continue to work as a team to implement the safest plan to get students back on campus. We also need a board member who knows the needs of our students, families, and employees. Agnes Gonzalez is part of the RUSD family as a recently retired employee. I say this because you never really leave the RUSD family. She's a longtime resident of Area 1, worked at Nogales High School for 31 years, and is active in the community. She knows the importance of getting all stakeholders involved in the decision-making process since she's a union sister through CSCA. There are tough decisions ahead, but Agnes will always get everyone's ideas, thoughts, and concerns so she can make the best decisions for our students, parents, and educators. Throughout her life, she believes in a life of servitude, and it's one of the characteristics why ARE supports Agnes to be appointed to the RSU school board tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Urbien. Ms. Swart, next speaker.
Yes, hello, we have Marco Maldonado, President of CSCA.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Board President Pride, members of the board, and district management. I too would like to also thank the community members that are about to step forth before you who have wanted and volunteered to come before you to serve. I appreciate the community's willingness to step up and serve, and I thank you all for doing so. CSCA is excited at the idea of one of our recently retired sisters joining you up on that dais tonight. CSCA is coming forth tonight to publicly announce that we are in support of our sister, Agnes Gonzalez, in running for the board. We are excited at the prospect of having one of our own who has served her entire career here within Rowland Unified at one single school, stepping up and serving alongside you. We too are also excited at the idea of having one of our recently retired board members, Donna Friedman, also coming back to serve once again. Thank you for the time. I somehow had a little bit of a technical issue last time, so I'd like to thank Board President Pride for her time on the board and for everything that she has done for our community. On a personal note, I did express this to her, but I want this to be publicly known. On a personal note, I will miss you, Angie. You were a fond figure when you served with us at ROC, and I have loved every moment of our time together. So I will truly miss seeing you in and around our choir concerts and in and around the community, but I know that we're still going to be in touch. So thank you for everything that you have done for our community and that you have done for ROC and Rowland High School. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado. And you're not getting rid of me. I will still be at the concerts. With no further board comments, we'll move on. So, discussion action items. Trustee Area 1 and Trustee Area 5 provisional board application interviews and selection. And, oops. Is everybody muted? We're getting some feedback there, I apologize. Okay, please bear with me for the next part. It's a lot of information. Next, the Board of Education will interview all eligible candidates who submitted an application for the vacant Board of Education position in Trustee Area 1 and Trustee Area 5 for the purpose of making a provisional appointment. Thank you to the community members who have shown interest in supporting our students, schools, staff, and community as a board member. The subcommittee has met and has determined that there are a total of 7 eligible applicants in Trustee Area 1 and 7 eligible applicants in Trustee Area 5. As shared when the agenda was adopted, 1 candidate in Trustee Area 5 withdrew, and 1 candidate in Trustee Area 1 also withdrew. This evening, we will have an opportunity to hear from all eligible applicants, discuss, deliberate, and select the provisional appointee for Trustee Area 1 and Trustee Area 5. I will serve as the moderator, lead the meeting, and ask the questions. I will not engage in deliberations or voting this evening. Education Code 35178 prohibits a board member from voting on their replacement. For members of the audience, school board meetings are the meeting of the board done in public. Education Code requires that all interview discussion and deliberations be done in open session with the ability for the public to observe. Our process this evening will be driven by the board and will begin by asking the applicants questions. The board can opt to select a candidate after the first set of questions or take action to move to a set of finalists, forward for further consideration prior to making a selection. The trustee area that will go first in the interview process this evening will be randomly selected, as will the order in which the candidates will be asked questions. So to select the trustee area that will interview first, I have my trustee baggie here, you guys can see that, with only two pieces of paper in it. One says trustee area 1, one says trustee area 5. And I will pick who will go first. Trustee Area 5 will go first. So board, if you will get your packets ready for Trustee Area 5. And Ms. Ward, if you will prepare Trustee Area 5 to enter as speakers, we will get ready to begin.
Ms. Fry, we are having technical issues with one candidate. We're working on it at this moment. Trying
Okay.
to log in. Hold on.
And one thing I would like the candidates as well as the public watching to know, if you see the board and the superintendent and myself looking from place to place, we are paying attention, but with so many applications and so much information that we have to look at while we're going through this process, several of us are using 2 monitors and we have paper next to us. So if you see us looking around, I promise that is not a medical condition and we are not ignoring you. We are just trying to make sure we have all of our notes and we can see all of our scoring sheets and everything so that we can make sure that we're following the agenda as in the process as noted. For the candidates that have entered, I know that during the information session that Dr. Mitchell did state that we would like for you to have your camera on so that it is more of a formal interview process. So if those who have been that are now in the room, if you can turn on your cameras, the board would greatly appreciate that. Mr. Colbert, on my screen, you are sideways. There we go. Thank you. Dr. Mitchell or Ms. Ward, you can let me know when we're ready to begin.
You have just 1 minute, please.
Thank you for your patience. Just bear with us one moment. We've never done this before, so this is new to all of us, this formatting. Well, while we're waiting, I would like to again, on behalf of the board, thank all of you for coming out to be a part of this process. I really was overwhelmed by the people who were interested in accepting this responsibility. And no matter what the outcome, I appreciate each and every one of you and hope that you will continue to stay involved with the Rowland Unified School District. Okay. If the board is ready, Mr. Malkin, Mr. Venegas, Mr. Chen, are you ready to start? And our panelists, you're all ready to begin? Okay.
With video? Yes. Ms. Pride, we have Mr. Barnett who's able to access, who's getting in right now.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So we're going to begin. Let me find my place here. So all applicants in trustee area 5 will be asked to provide an opening statement to determine the, to determine the order that we begin in. Again, I have my trustee bag with your names in it. So I will shake this up here, look at the sky, and choose how we will begin. And the first person we will start with is Kevin, Mr. Kevin Hayakawa, you will be our first speaker for tonight. And like I said, please bear with us as we try to track and make sure that we're marking who did what first so we don't lose track. Can you all see, if you can give me a thumbs up, if you can all see the timer on the screen? Okay, because remember, each question you will have a limited amount of time. So for the opening statement, and Mr. Hayakawa, if you can unmute, you'll be ready to go after I finish this statement. Each candidate has up to 2 minutes for an opening statement. For our candidates, you will see one of the screens has a timer to assist you. The opening statement question is, provide a brief opening statement, including why you want to be a board member. Your time starts when the clock starts. Mr. Hayakawa. It starts when you start speaking, I'm sorry.
Good evening, President Pride, members of the board, Dr. Mitchell, members of the cabinet, and RUSD community. My name is Kevin Hayakawa, and I am an astronomy PhD candidate at UCLA and an adjunct professor of physics at Moore Park College. I am also the elected Division 4 Director for the Walnut Valley Water District, representing East Rowland Heights and Walnut. But most importantly, I am a proud International Baccalaureate graduate of John A. Rowland High School, having attended RUSD Public Schools for my entire K-12 education from 1999 to 2012. I appear before you tonight to offer my candidacy for the RUSD Board of Education. The biggest challenge that the provisional appointee of this unexpired term will have to face is the task of safely reopening our schools, carefully balancing the needs of all of our students, parents, teachers, staff, community, not just the trustee area they represent. As a college instructor with experience in all three main modes of learning, distance, in-person, and hybrid, I bring a unique perspective and insight into the intricacies of what is necessary to safely conduct class in the era of COVID-19. Additionally, as a fellow elected official, I have already campaigned for public office and have been vetted and approved by the local voters. RUSD's Trustee Area 5 contains a great deal of overlap with the Walnut Valley Water District, Division 4, including the neighborhoods surrounding Ibarra Academy, Shellen Elementary, and Rowland High School. In November 2020, I was elected by local voters with more than 75% of the vote, more than 5,700 votes. I would like to believe that these residents voted for me because they see me as an upstanding member of the community, not simply because they only wanted me to be their water board representative. As a water board member, I have experience overseeing and managing a $140 million budget and a $44 million reserve, which I believe are similar in size to those of RUSD. Thank you very much for the opportunity to interview, and I look forward to answering all of your questions tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Hayakawa. The next person that we will hear from will be Mr. Sierra. So if you will unmute, and when you start to speak, the timer will start as well. The question again is, provide a brief opening statement, including why you want to be a board member.
Good evening, distinguished board members, candidates, and virtual guests. My name is Pedro Sierra III. I have two students attending Rowland Unified School District, one in second grade, the other in fourth, and my oldest recently graduated in 2019. I, myself, am a product of Rowland Unified School District. I started in kindergarten at Rowland Elementary to first grade, went to Jalek, second through sixth, and on to Alvarado, and there to Rowland High School, class of 95. I regretfully did not graduate Rowland High School in 95. The second semester of my senior year, I was overwhelmed with classes to make up. With the overwhelming feeling of I can't do it, it can't be done, I stopped attending school, which I don't want any student to ever feel that way. This decision was soon I would regret. I got into the construction trade, gaining education in construction technology, blueprint reading, job management. Even with my construction technology education, I had realized a high school diploma was necessary to advance my career. I went back to finish my high school education. Now with my high school education completed and my construction technology in hand, I started my advancement. I've been in charge of building projects such as hospitals, schools, courthouse, and other public work projects. I found myself with my education moving into building inspection. Now I'm a certified building inspector for the state of California. Being a building inspector, education is continuous and never stops. I've been giving back to our community by helping run our local baseball program, Rolling Pony Baseball. I've been vice president and now the current president of this organization going on 7 years with a total of 13 years coaching. I not only teach baseball techniques, but I try to teach and instill in our youth teamwork, sportsmanship, fairness, kindness, compassion, confidence, and the ability to push forward and overcome obstacles. I express myself in this way because I truly understand the importance of education and what it has done for me in my life. In short, I believe all areas of education are important, from reading, writing, new technologies, and everything in between. And it all begins right here at RUSD elementary, intermediate, and high schools. And this is why I would like to be a board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sierra. Our next speaker we will hear from is Ms. Friedman. Ms. Friedman, please provide your brief opening statement, including why you want to be a board member.
Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to be a board member again because it would allow me to continue the hard work which I was a part of for 5 years. As a board, we voted to go to 5 different trustee areas, which meant I was unable to run again after serving for 5 years. I was an elementary school teacher for 36 years and retired when I won the election by a large margin with over 2,000 votes and became an RUSD board member. Children have always been my priority. As a public school teacher for 36 years and a board member for 5 years, I always thought about what was best for our students. Every time we had to vote on something at our board meetings, I thought, will this benefit our students? As a board member, I was very involved. Each year I visited all 19 schools twice to view classrooms and attended a minimum of 2 more events at each site. The classified staff, principals, and teachers were genuinely happy to see me come for a visit. This was a highlight for me to see the incredible teaching and learning going on in our classrooms. I was able to see firsthand many of the things we voted on being used, such as different programs, technology, etc. I took being a board member very seriously. I'm a very hard worker and proved that by being very involved with all the schools and the community. I also made sure I was prepared by reading everything that was given to us. I asked many questions about every subject, including finances. I am a team player. I received my master's in governance. I also went to Sacramento quarterly for 2 years to learn about the new laws that were affecting all California districts. I attended RCPTA meetings and events. I also attended Walnut City Council meetings where I gave a report on RUSD. Let me mention one of many things that I was pushing for. I felt it was very important to have counselors and or behavior specialists in every elementary school. I am so happy that we now have this wonderful help for all of our students in RUSD. If appointed, I plan to continue to vote on what is best for our students, staff, and the community. I will be involved and ask questions to be well informed of everything happening in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. So our next person will be Mr. Shu. The timer will start when you start to speak, so you can provide us with a brief opening statement, including why you want to be a board member.
Okay, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Louis Su, and I've been living this great community in Rowland Heights about 12 years with my wife and son, who's currently attending Rowland High School. And it has been one of the greatest joy of my life to be a parent. So that's why I want to be in his world, and that's the reason I'm here to express my desire to be a board member. First of all, I want to say that I'm a direct representation of the community in terms of my cultural background. A little bit about myself. I was born in Taiwan. I grew up in Costa Rica, and has been in the U.S. since college the last 28 years or so. For that reason, I have native fluency in speaking and written languages in Chinese, Spanish, and English. So if you quiere hablarme en español, 讲中文, or speak English, I can do that with the community. Not only I speak those languages, but I'm deeply embedded in the people and the customs and the way of thinking associated with these cultures. And as you know, in our community, our district, it's a big melting pot of those cultures, which I can truly relate to them. Also, currently I'm a direct stakeholder, right? So my kid goes to the school here. I'm heavily involved ever since he started kindergarten, participating in all kind of events, and chaperoning, volunteering. Personally, I'm a big tennis person, so I've been coaching tennis in the community as well. I'm also currently serving as a member of the district superintendent's parent council and also the high school site council. So that means I'm involved and I understand how the school district have been behaving the last.
You can unmute and provide a brief opening statement, including why you want to be a board member.
Yes, my name is Cobra Kim. I've been a resident of Rowland Heights since 1985. I started working for the district in 1988. I was an ESL aide at Rowland Elementary, and later I started teaching at Alvarado as a science teacher. I substituted in all the schools, all the 19 schools at the Rowland School District, from Alvarado to Urbien. And from that initial step, I have been an educator and administrator for the past 33 years. And I started Alpha Academy, which is a college prep centers. And I have a vertical experience in the classroom and outside the classroom. And the reason I'm running or want the position is I strongly believe that education is the key to democratize our children. Each of the 13,071 students enrolled in the district should have equal opportunity regardless of their background, so they can be empowered to discover their full potential and contribute to the betterment of our society. I think this can be reached when we provide an environment that advocates rigorous academics, innovative use of technology, creative exploration, and a nurturing learning environment for experience. That's exactly the mission that I always live for, and I also check with the Rowland School mission. And for the past 33 years, I have not only worked with these principles or ideas, but also lived and mentored my two children. My daughter graduated from Rowland High School. She started from Blandford, Alvarado, Rowland High School, and she's presently at a law school. And my son, who's in 8th grade at Alvarado. I also feel that that with my experience, I will not only be.
Sorry, Mr. Kim.
Yes.
Sorry, that's your time.
No problem. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Caceres, you are our final candidate for the opening statement, including why you want to be a board member. The floor is yours.
All right, first off, thank you for the opportunity to apply for the provisional position of trustee for Area 5. Dr. Mitchell, Ms. Ford, board members, assistant superintendents, and fellow candidates, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rufino Caceres. I have lived in Rowland Heights for over 35 years. I went to Jellic, Alvarado, graduated from Rowland High School in 1991. From there, I went to Mount Sac, got my AA in 95, and moved on to UCLA, where I got my BA in history in 1998. I have a wife, Mia, who is also went through the schools here in Rowland Unified School District, and she's a second grade teacher in Chino Valley Unified School District. We have two kids, a son and a daughter. Both have gone through schools here. They went to Shell and Ibarra and Rowland. My daughter just graduated last year from Rowland and is currently attending UC Riverside, and my son is a freshman at Rowland High School. I'm a realtor and a mortgage loan officer. I got licensed at 18 after I graduated from Rowland in 1991. I've been the girls soccer coach at Rowland High School for the past 10 years. I started a parent support group for the girls soccer program there, and I take charge in that. And I enjoyed it so much interacting with the kids that I became a sub about 7 years ago. I began substitute teaching in the district. I've been an executive board member for AYSO Region 215 here in Rowland Heights for over 12 years. I've coached at least 2 teams for the last 15 years, and I typically volunteer anywhere from 15 to 20 hours a week. I believe I have a well-rounded and unique perspective of the Rowland Unified School District. I have experienced RUSD as a student, a parent, a volunteer, a substitute teacher, and a coach. That, coupled with being the spouse of a second grade teacher from another district, provides me with an understanding of our school district from a variety of perspectives. I believe I can help the school district continue to thrive.
Thank you, Mr. Caceres. So now we'll move on to question number 1, which is your written application provided us with special skills, education, training, and talents that you would bring to the role of board member. What skills do you possess that you feel will best serve our board and district? If that one's a little lengthy, I'm going to repeat it one more time. Your written application provided us with special skills, education, training, and talents that you would bring to the role of board member? What skills do you possess that you feel will best serve our board and the district? And again, the order will be through random drawing again. Our first person that we will hear from, well, Mr. Caceres, you get to go first this time. So you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. So for me, I have various skills that I believe will help the board. One of my skills is leadership. I understand how to take the role of getting all the information and getting people to delegate and get the information together so that we can come up with a solution. I'm very patient. I have a teamwork mentality. I believe that solutions, even if people are adversarial, solutions can become together if you work together and get the information from everybody. I'm also bilingual, so that will help. I speak Spanish and English. So I believe those are skills that I have that can help out. I'm very intrigued by this process. As I'm learning through, doing research for this interview, I'm learning a lot of different aspects of what's going on with the district and understanding, the classified, certificated positions and things like that. So it's very interesting in that with my skills, I know I have great relationships with a lot of people in the community. The two presidents of the unions, I have a personal relationship, and I had no idea that they were union members. So that's a good thing, is that I know a lot of people in the community, and I'm able to work with a lot of people to come up with solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Caceres. And remember, for these questions, I apologize, but from the information meeting, you only have 1.5 minutes for your response for each of these questions. So 1.5 minutes for each of these questions. So the next person that we will hear from will be Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim,
Yes.
did you need me to read the question again?
No, I'm okay.
Thank you.
So
The
for the
floor is
past
yours.
For the past 33 years, I've been an educator, and I have absorbed and experienced a lot of things. But I'm in my second stage of my life, where I feel that I'm able to use my experience to help others. A overview of the bigger picture of what we need to be facing to help our students. I also I was born and raised in South America. I was born in Brazil, raised in Paraguay, and educated in America. So I speak Korean, Spanish, Portuguese, and English. So, and it's not just speaking, I'm very passionate. I ran for the board over 20 years ago. And now when I think, I'm very thankful, because I had the passion 20 years ago, or had the knowledge. Without having children, I don't think I would be able to experience and feel working for the children. So I feel that this is the perfect time for me. All the experiences in my education, in my job, in my to bring a fuller view, or be able to bridge whatever differences among the parents and the students. Thank you.
Mr. Kim, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're frozen, and there was a little piece that had an audio issue as well. You may, I don't know, Ms. Ward, maybe you can call him with some technical assistance?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So the next person that we will hear from is Mr. Hayakawa. Do you need me to repeat the question?
No, I do not.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I have more than 6 years of teaching experience in STEM at the college level, including both in-person and remote learning, so I could bring an important educator's perspective in the era of COVID-19. This has a dual role because I know that there is growing interest among our parents and students for pursuing a career in STEM, whether that's going to a 4-year university or entering a technical trade, as well as, of course, the added bonus of having experience in education. I know at the second information session that some current board members expressed reservation that experience in education could actually be a negative experience because we would come in with our own biases and not be able to make their decisions. But I come from a parallel educational world at the college level, so it is experience, but it will not, again, cloud my decision making, and I will not come in with preconceived notions about the K through 12 education level, and I recognize that I have a lot to learn. I was a band member in RUSD for 8 years, starting in 5th grade, all the way up until 12th grade, 4 years of marching band. I learned to read music through RUSD, so I have a great appreciation for our visual and performing arts. While I may not be fluent in different speaking languages, I'm fluent in multiple coding languages, Python, MATLAB, and IDL, to name a few. And so I bring that skill and that technical knowledge. I learned that in college, as coding was not available when I was an RUSD student, but I'm glad to see that there's now AP Computer Science.
Thank you. Our next speaker, and to all of our panelists, if you want me to repeat the question, just ask and I will do that. That'll save all of us sometimes and me having to keep asking everyone. It's no problem at all. But if you'd like me to repeat the question, please just state that and I will do so. So the next speaker that we will hear from is Ms. Friedman.
Education has been a part of my entire life, being a student and a teacher and a board member. I am a patient, hardworking, a team player, and ready to face challenges. I received a BA degree in child development and a multiple subjects teaching credential, which led me to my 36 years of teaching at a public elementary school. I have a master's in governance degree, which helps me as a board member learning everything else. I have a CDI certificate, which helped me to teach EL learners. So when we talk about them, I was on the math adoption committee as a teacher. I was on the discipline committee, union representative at my elementary school. And as a board member, I attended many, many events. And I was part of different committees as far as we needed to pick a construction company for, I think it was Oswald. And I was on that committee since I was president of the board at the time. And I was on many committees to try to be part of the board and represent the board at many different functions. I went to all events as far as whether they were great awards that the district has had, and my experience in education is vital and very good for the board to have. I feel it's an asset.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Our next speaker we will hear from is Mr. Sierra. The floor is yours.
Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. Your written application provided us with special skills, education, training, and talents that you would bring to the role of board member. What skills do you possess that you feel will best serve our board and district?
Well, for one, like I mentioned, I'm involved with the baseball program. So I'm involved with many parents, hundreds of parents that attend this, that their students attend the district. So I hear a lot of concerns and a lot of praises about this district. So I think I have a good ear to the ground of what the community is looking for and what the parents are looking for out of the district. So with that, I can bring my communicative skills. I'm not shy to talk to anybody. I also have been trained in de-escalation of confrontation. So I do know how to diffuse a situation if there is an irate situation with a parent or another personnel. So with that, you know, like I said, I've done a lot of community projects. I mean, I do Buckboard Days Parade, I do Career Day at the schools, and with that, that's about That's about it. With my remaining time, I would like to say hi to Mr. Kim. He was my 7th grade teacher at Alvarado, and I do believe he remembers me. Big Red, we had some gum issues in class, so nice to see you, Mr. Kim. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sierra. And that's not uncommon. Okay, and so our next speaker that we will hear from is Mr. Barna. You have the floor.
Alrighty, I think a lot of the stuff that we have to be in board members and things would be dealing with people. Okay, I was a military policeman in the Army, so dealing with people, everybody you stop and taking care of situations. Unlike, just like it is today, everybody hates a policeman. Anyhow, I ran a football organization in Rowland Heights, dealt with hundreds of parents, and then after 10 years of doing that, I went on to be the Commissioner of OGJAP, which I still am the Commissioner of OGJAP. So I went from having 6 teams to having 220 teams. So I guess that parent's problem or that parent aspect of dealing with people kind of multiplies by those number of teams, as you can see. In the military, I was a race relations officer and was able to take care of situations wherever they arise. I started in Rowland Heights and in the OGJAP program, a scholarship program where we give back to the child that's gone through the program. They need to keep a 2.0 grade point average in order to be part of the program. If not, they can't play ball that week. So stressing education is part of my wheelhouse and always has been. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Barna. And our final panelist for this question will be Mr. Shu. Mr. Shu, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So what I want to say is because, I have been very high power environments. I work in the IT industry for many years. And right now I'm a small business owner, and that really, with my career in IT and also as a business owner, we really have to make good decisions. So, common sense, able to diffuse situations, able to handle different type of people. And that's what I do currently. So my desire to be on the board, I think, is purely, for my passion, because, I like working with kids. They're the future of the world. I believe the school years that they are here in the school district is one of the best phases in their life, as if for myself and for my experience. So I want to be part of that. So for my passion working and improving the school district, I think that will be something that I want to really achieve. And obviously, I work personally in this area. My clients are here, my neighbors, the parents, all the community work I've been doing, along the city, that really helps me I want to improve what's currently out here. So I think I bring all that with my passion, and it would be great deal of respect to everyone out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shu. Question number 2. Please share how you would balance your individual perspective on a given issue with the responsibility of being a cohesive team with your fellow board members. I'll read that one more time. Please share how you would balance your individual perspective on a given issue with the responsibility of being a cohesive team, building a cohesive team with your fellow board members. And first we will hear from Mr. Barna. You're first.
Like a spelling bee. Can you repeat the question? You're muted.
I guess it would help if I repeated it off mute.
Yeah.
Please share how you would balance your individual perspective on a given issue with the responsibility of building a cohesive team with your fellow board members.
Well, just like I said, with sports and things, you get a lot of different opinions. You need to balance out those opinions, and at the end of it, you need to come back as a whole. Listen to everybody, learn by everybody else's opinion, but come back as one solid unit and be together as one. Is that kind of like what you were looking for? I mean, you know, we all have our point of view. I want to listen to everybody's point of view. I want to learn from all the other board members. They can teach me something, and in return, we'll come back with a solid solution that accepts for everybody. Good enough.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Next, we will hear from Ms. Friedman.
If there is an issue, then I would like to speak my mind of how I feel that it shouldn't have happened or should have, and give my opinion. And then I'm willing to listen to everybody's opinion and have a discussion and then go from there. For instance, in our board meetings, most of our votes were 5-0, but we did have some 2-3 votes. But whatever happened, we were always professional about it. So I would have an open mind, listening to everybody, and then I would also voice my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Kim.
Just to share one more thing with Mr. Sierra, this is my Alvarado yearbook. And let me show you Mr. Sierra on I don't know if you can see it. This is 30 years ago. Can you believe that? I happen to have the yearbook on my desk. Now, how can I be a facilitator? I believe that with my experience and my age, I feel that I'm able to listen to both sides or the multiple sides and be able to, come to a consensus. Because I think sometimes that we will never always be able to get to a solution, but I believe that with an open mind, we are able to come to a consensus. So I believe that since we have so many different views, so many different experiences, so many different cultures, I think coming to a consensus would be, in my opinion, the best way to come to a solution.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Our next panelist that will speak is Mr. Caceres.
Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. Please share how you would balance your individual perspective on a given issue with the responsibility of building a cohesive team with your fellow board members.
Okay, that's a great question. And coming from one perspective as a coach, it's very important that you utilize all the elements of your team. So basically, we would have a full approach. You can't just have one person or myself giving my approach to things. I would need to get what's best for the whole group. Another example would be as a married person, a spouse. You and your spouse have to have that team approach when you approach your kids. So you kind of collaborate. You're going to have your own perspective. However, you come up with what's the best solution. So I believe that as a successful board member, you have to have the vision for goals of the district. You've got to be able to work as a team and work with fellow board members and all while keeping the focus on the kids. So myself, I was a board member for AYSO here at Region 215. I would have great ideas. Other people would have great ideas. But we would have to collaborate to see what's the best thing for everybody. I know in our district, a lot of the times I always had the sense that people on the south side were kind of in control more so than the people on the north side were more in control than the people on the south side. So I'm glad that we kind of split up into areas, because I've always been curious as to see if the north side is getting as much representation as the other side. So that's
Thank you, Mr. Caceres. B. Mr. Shu.
Okay, I think difference of opinion is within the team is always gonna be there. In my experience, I work in very Fortune 500 companies where a lot of decision has to be made as a team, and we do that. So I have a lot of experience on that. But I think when we're dealing with board issues and things like that, the ultimate goal for all the members is the same. That's unquestionably be for the good of the district. So I think with that goal in mind, there's no any difference of opinions on different comments can always be resolved in order because the ultimate goal is the same. So I really believe able to respect each other during doing discussions, and also able to kind of hear the facts, to see what are the resources, what is the timeline. Once we segment into everything into all these different pieces, coming to a decision will be easy because again, the goal of anything that needs to be decided is for the good of the district. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mr. Sierra.
Can you repeat the question, please? Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Please share how you would balance your individual perspective on a given issue with the responsibility of building a cohesive team with your fellow board members.
Well, first of all, from my construction background, we gotta collaborate. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody wants to be right. And with that, I've learned that everybody shares their opinion. And when everybody shares their opinion, you're able to come out with something a lot better than what you started with. Because it's not just one idea. You may have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people contributing, and it becomes a great idea, and it becomes better than what you can what you started with. So with that, with my trade experience and collaborating with other trades and coordinating, I'm also a team player. I can be a team leader, and I do respect the opinions of every person that I come across, because you cannot shut people down because you won't get anywhere like that. So collaboration is key. It's very, very important, especially on a board like this. You need to have diversity, you need to have collaboration and understanding of every single person. And that's what I can bring to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hayakawa, you have the floor.
One more time, please.
Absolutely. Please share how you would balance your individual perspective on a given issue with the responsibility of building a cohesive team with your fellow board members.
Thank you. So, as other candidates have mentioned, a difference of opinions is inevitable. It's bound to happen. And I actually think it's healthy because that shows that different ideas and solutions are being brought to the table. And I understand that it's just as important to not only work with my fellow future potential board members, but to also listen to the cabinet and Superintendent Dr. Mitchell, to have a great partnership with our teachers union, ARE, as well as our classified staff members over in CSEA, and that everyone in the community, people leaving public comments at board meetings, parents, community members, students, are all potentially part of the solution. In order to prepare for this interview, I've been listening to all of the past board meetings as much as I could. I wasn't sure how much time I would have to listen to them, so I listened to them in reverse chronological order. My goal was to make it all the way through the pandemic. I didn't quite make it that way, but I did make it backwards through May, and I've listened to many of the discussions, and I've heard many times that many board members would say that I want to go with the majority of what a majority of group members think, and they're placing the opinions and respecting their fellow board members above their own, and that's the kind of teamwork that I would like to bring to the board as well, because I understand that that is a very important priority for current board members. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to question 3 now. If asked, How would your colleagues describe you and your personality? And the first person we will hear from on that question is Mr. Hayakawa. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Wow, it's often difficult to talk about yourself, but I will say that I have grown a lot as a teacher and as an instructor over the past 6 or 7 years. In grad school, they kind of just throw you into a teaching position with definitely not as much teaching preparation as a full-fledged credential K-12 educator, but I was able to learn through trial and error and trying a bunch of different methods. And I will say, and also for those who don't know, at college and universities, they are very much into evaluations and feedback and having students evaluate instructors. And I got very bad evaluations when I first started as a teacher, but they got better and better. I started receiving better and better feedback from my students, higher numerical scores on different criteria, such as how they perceived how much I cared about their individual learning, how knowledgeable I seemed about different topics. And that culminated in me earning the Excellent Teaching Award at UCLA's Physics and Astronomy Department in 2019 during my fourth year of grad school. And I'm really proud that I was able to grow in that way. Many students said that I went above and beyond in terms of having office hours, taking the time to explain individual complex concepts, meeting with students outside of office hours, and just really making myself available.
Thank you. The next panelist will be Ms. Friedman.
Okay, let's see. I believe, as my colleagues would say, that I was a great teacher. I was Teacher of the Year twice, and they saw all the difference in my students. As a board member, a lot of people told me that I was doing a great job, and they felt that I was making a difference, and they were happy that I was on the board. People would say that I have many friends that I'm thankful for, and that I'm a great mother and a great grandmother. And as far as my personality, I'm a very happy person. I see a lot of good things. In fact, when I visited classrooms, they were very excited because they knew that I was looking for good things, and I would always see that. And let's see, I'm very hardworking, and my personality, let's see, I like to keep very busy, and I'm opinionated. I can be stubborn, but as a board member, I learned that, we all give our opinion, and we may not agree, but we come out as a good board, and we're very cohesive, and that's what a lot of people would say, that we work very well together. And in the past, there weren't very good boards before at Rowland, and now people were really happy with what we have accomplished and everything. And so I just like to smile and look at things in a good way rather than a negative way. That's my personality.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Next, we will hear from Mr. Shu.
Okay, my colleagues and all the friends I have been dealing with, I think everybody thinks, I'm very respectful. So I'm a very calm person, I'm patient, I'm not very confrontational. I treat everybody with respect. And when you treat people with respect, they respect back. And that's the feedback that you've been given throughout my career, dealing with friends and colleagues. I am very analytical. I really look at things in a very calm way. I look at it in a positive way always. When there was always problems, I try to put it aside, and I get to resolve it. So a lot of people approach me with for advice and also for solutions. So when people have problems, they come in and they ask me how can I diffuse, and I help to do that. I'm happy to do that, and try to always be helpful for the people. My greatest, I think one of the greatest barometers I can see is my son, he's a teenager, 15-year-old. He still comes to me with advice. And I hear a lot of teenagers, they try to stay away from parents and hide away all that stuff. But that's not what he does, because, again, I show him respect. I always tell him, I'm going to respect you as a human being. And, anything you can approach me, and he does that. And that's the greatest feedback that I have, provided based on my personality. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mr. Barna.
I would guess people would think of me as being passionate, honest, a good listener, fair. Kids that I coach football with come back here on Father's Day. They came back to see my wife on Mother's Day. That kind of respect, you can't write or pay for it. Okay, I'm a teacher. I don't know if I've mentioned it before. I teach at the college level. And one of the aspects of teaching that my students always told me that I teach it, and I teach algebra, geometry, trigonometry, and I teach to the point where it's easy. I teach them, try to tell them that it's not hard. You can do this, and build confidence in themselves. And all of a sudden, what they couldn't do, they can do there. So that ability to have in there. Hopefully, people would think of me as as a good father. I was married for 50 years till my wife passed away a year and a half ago. And if nothing else, I want to be known as a good husband. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Barna. Next we have Mr. Sierra.
Thank you. I guess if you were to speak to some of our community members that have been participating in our program, they would say I'm outgoing. I have a positive attitude. I'm very optimistic. I'm aggressive when to getting things done. I've dealt with the district and all these schools to get places to play, so I do get things done. I'm great with kids and community, able to connect. I'm good at delegation. I'm good at communication. And I'm fair and balanced. I do have my own opinion, but I do believe I am fair and balanced, and they would probably say that about me. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we'll hear from Mr. Kim.
I think for my students, my past and my current students, they will call me life coach. I've been teaching at Fullerton Union High School, 120 Hispanic kids, and I always tell them, tienes que ser la puente a los otros hispanos. And when they hear that, they're very shocked because they never imagined that I will speak Spanish. So I always want them to apply outside of the classroom. I want them to be the bridge for the future generations. I think to my peers and my friends, I'm more of an encourager. I have a weekly radio show called Back to Basic, which is in the largest Korean radio station, AM 1190, and I talk about foundation, how to build your life, how to improve yourself. So you compare yourself not with somebody else, but with somebody who you were yesterday. So I always believe that when I meet someone, I always want them to be in a better position after they share their lives or their ideas with me. So I feel that I'm a giver. I don't think I can be a teacher if I'm not a giver and if I'm not eager to learn. I don't think I can be a teacher if I'm not eager to learn. I love to learn. So my hair is still black, even though I'm 54. And I believe that is because I want to learn.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. And Mr. Caceres, you now have the floor.
Okay, thank you. So when I would refer to what colleagues would think, I'll refer to one of the letters that I submitted, and that was from Dina Flores, who is currently a school board member of the Bassett Unified School District. Dina and I were on the board together for AYSO here at Rowland Heights. So in her letter, she had written that, in her words, it says, I have consistently been impressed with his organizational skills and ability to work well under pressure. Rufino has great integrity and is very personable. He is very knowledgeable of the community and stakeholders. Rufino consistently seeks to learn more ways to make a better environment for youth. He is quick to offer suggestions for problems if and when they arise. He is also a quick learner and quick to adapt. So that's one person that I've had a relationship with. Another story I'd give is on March 10th, when Dr. Mitchell had sent out the video of the kids going out of school. It was March 13th last year. I was at Ibarra as a substitute teacher. We basically had to get the kids within a couple of hours to get all their books, get any devices that they needed for school, and everything together. And in the 7th and 8th grade, they are in different classrooms. So we had to collaborate and get everybody to go from classroom to classroom, get the items that they needed before the end of the day. At the end of the day, once we finished it all off, all the teachers in that group were very thankful to me, and they said, that's another example.
Thank you, Mr. Caceres. And now we have come to our closing statement. So please provide a brief closing statement to support your appointment. Candidates, for the closing statement, you only have 1 minute. 1 minute. So please provide a brief closing statement to support your appointment. And as soon as the timer comes back up, we will start with Mr. Hayakawa. The floor is yours. The timer is ready.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to interview tonight. I would just like to reiterate that I am the only applicant for Trustee Area 5 today who was elected to local public office within the past 5 years, and who did so with more than 75% of the vote, or 5,700 votes. I believe I am one of the only Trustee Area 5 applicants who has experience working at the community college level. With the unfortunate loss of President Angelina Pride as a board member, I believe it is important to ensure continuity between the Rowland Unified School District Board of Education and the California Community College system, since we have such a large fraction of our graduates that go on to attend Mount SAC, Rio Hondo College, and Fullerton College. As one of the only Trustee Area 5 applicants who is an alumnus of RUSD, I can say that I'm one of the applicants who has spent the greatest number of hours inside our district classrooms and school sites, and will be uniquely equipped to hit the ground running on day one. If selected to move on to the next round, I would be happy to continue our conversation further. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hayakawa. Our next person is, sorry, I picked the two of them. Let me put one back. Mr. Kim.
I'm very thankful for this opportunity. You know, I owe so much for public school, right? I came to America in 1981, and I was in ESL class, and I met Miss Kanomata, a Japanese teacher, who made me come after class to teach me English. She taught me prepositions, because I said, I am in the beach. And she said, no. Because in Spanish you say, estoy en la playa. And she said, no, not in the beach, at the beach. So she said, you have to come after class. Yeah. And that really changed my life. And what a teacher really is. So now, after so many years of teaching, now I feel that I need to give back to our society, especially to our district, because, you know, I lived my whole life in Rowland Heights. My kids went through this. My son is going through it. So whatever happens, I'm just thankful that in my second half of my life, I will be able to be a positive.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Caceres.
Thank you. So I just want to thank you guys for this opportunity. I've been in the trenches with students in our community for many, many years now. As a volunteer, as a substitute, as a coach, I've gotten a good perspective from the kids, and I've been involved in the community. So for me, I just believe that this is just the next step for me to help even more people in our community. So, you know, one of the things that I received, I was the guest of honor at our Rowland High School PTSA on Founders Day in 2019 for all of my different involvement in supporting Rowland High School. I wear so many different hats on it, and I'm constantly on campus So I was rewarded with that, which was a pretty great achievement that I thought, and the recognition was nice. But, you know, I've been a part of the program, I've been a part of Rowland, and I really want...
Thank you, Mr. Caceres. Next we have Ms. Friedman.
As a board member, I promised to do an outstanding job. This is what I told the community when I knocked on over 1,000 homes during my campaign over 5 years ago. I'm happy to say I fulfilled this promise during my 5 years and plan to do it again for the next almost 2 years if appointed. It is very important to have a good relationship with ARE and CSEA. I was so pleased that Shay and Marco both called me when they found out that there was an opening and told me their members would support me if I were to apply. I feel my work is not done. I would like very much to continue being a part of the best school district. I felt so proud of all the awards and success stories that happen so often at RUSD. It was great to be a part of RUSD as a board member, and I want to continue the work that I am so proudly been a part of. When voting, the students, staff, and community will always be my first concern, as well as the education and safety will always be my priority. Thank you, Amy and Marco, what you said tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Mr. Barna, you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, after listening to everybody today and the 7, one of 8 and stuff like that, I feel we are all qualified, and I'm glad to be part of this group that's out here. What I personally would bring to the table, I have a background in education. I have a background in bringing people together, whether it be through sports or at the classroom level. Making sure that everybody does their proper job and getting it done in a way that they can understand it. Okay, Rowland Heights School District has been, like I said before, my kids went through the program school district. My grandkids gone through the school district. I'd like to be part of the answer and not the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Barna. Mr. Sierra, you have the floor.
Thank you. I believe to be an effective board, it should be diverse and well-rounded. There should be educators, community professionals, and concerned parents that are concerned about their child's education. Without these 3 aspects, I don't believe the board can be an efficient board. I think you need to have all 3 to carry this through and to be efficient and effective in this community. You need to hear all sides from everywhere, educators, community professionals, and parents. So I appreciate your guys' time for interviewing me, and all of us. I appreciate being on the board, on the panel with all of you. I know several of you, and I appreciate you guys coming out. And like Mr. Barna had mentioned, I believe we are all qualified for this, but I do believe the board does need to be well-rounded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sierra. So that concludes our first round of interview questions for Trustee Area 5. So thank you very much.
Sorry, I hadn't made my stand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was like marking on my sheet, and after you were obviously going to be the last one, I put number 7 next to your name and completely forgot. My sincere apology. I will even read the question again for you. Please provide a brief closing statement to support your appointment. And again, my apologies.
No problem. I'll be direct and brief. Again, I want to thank everybody. And being here has been really eye-opening for myself. I think everybody here is want to contribute back, and that's great to see in the community. I'm asking the board to consider my qualifications, even though I'm not directly linked to education. But I think the reason I'm here, I'm being really sincere, is because I want to give back to the community. The last 10 years, my son is in the school system. It brought a lot of joy to him, but also brought a lot of joy to myself. I mean, it's like I went back to school all again, and I enjoy that face again. And my intention over here is, I want to give back. I want to be back to the community. I'll find ways to, to contribute, to be part of the district, and able to kind of be along with my kid as he progresses on every year. So thank you, everyone, and I'm glad I'm here.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our first round of interviews for Trustee Area 5. I want to thank each and every one of you for participating thus far. And as was stated at the meeting and at the start of this meeting, at the planning meeting and at the start of this meeting, we will now be moving on to interview the applicants from Trustee Area 1. And then we will start the deliberation process. So hopefully you guys can hang on and you can watch the interviews of the people from a fellow trustee area. So thank you again, and we'll be talking with you again shortly. To my board colleagues, before we move on to Trustee Area 5 interviews, is there anyone who needed to take a short break? Trustee Area 1, I'm sorry. Is there anyone who needed to take a short break, or are we ready to keep going? We're good? I see nobody saying that. Okay. Finishes loading up all of our individuals from Trustee Area 1. And we still have Mr. Kim from Trustee Area 5. Thank you.
Okay, Michael.
And once everyone gets their cameras going, we will begin.
No. The camera is good for 28 minutes from now. There should be no need to do anything. But if you just check it once in a while.
Ms. Fry, we should be good to go.
I should be back.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Mr. Brown, I don't want to start before asking if you have the ability to turn on your camera. Okay, I will go ahead and get started. Thank you. Now I can see you.
Okay, now turn it off.
Thank
See
you.
that white button?
Okay.
That is
So,
on off.
Point.
I'm gonna put time over 25.
Okay.
There will be an opening statement, 3 questions, and a closing statement. So we're going to jump right in this. All of the order that you answer the questions in will be random each round. I will pull names randomly so that we can decide, so that it's a fair process. So the first question, and you have 2 minutes for this statement, 2 minutes on this one. Provide a brief opening statement, including why you want to be a board member. And just so you know, if you would like me to restate the question, please ask, and when I call on your name, and I will be happy to do so. So again, the opening statement is provide a brief opening statement, including why you want to be a board member. And the first person we will start with is Mr. Burkholm. Mr. Burkholm, you have the floor. The timer will start when you start to speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity for this consideration, and I want to salute you all on the board for the decision you made to appoint for the remaining terms, as opposed to having an expensive for the district special election to fill the vacancies that exist. Over the course of the past 45 years of my professional and community service experience, I've observed that there are 2 reasons for anyone to have a job or to do work in a volunteer cause. First, they do what they do to serve a customer. Or second, they do what they do to serve someone who serves a customer. For the Rowland Unified School District, the customers are the students. So if you're not teaching our children, you're supporting someone who teaches them. It's my belief that the role of the Board of Education is to support all those who serve our students, our teachers, or to support those who serve the teachers and the many teams that exist to serve our teachers and students. It's also been my experience, both professionally and as a volunteer, that when someone does not perform well in the task they've been employed to do or volunteered to do, there's some sort of a misfit. Misfits occur when the right skill set has not been properly identified or when the right training and orientation has not been given to the individual. So having good interviewing and assessment skills, as well as excellent training programs to develop the right skills, is essential for the success of any organization. It's my belief that my extensive business and community service has given me the skills necessary to serve the Rowland Unified School District and be a good leader, coach, and cheerleader for all those whom I come in contact with in pursuit of advancing the district's mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burkholm. Our next speaker will be Ms. Gonzalez. You have the floor.
Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Superintendent Dr. Mitchell, and distinguished board members. I am Agnes Puno Gonzalez. I want to become a board member because I am an advocate of excellent education, safe schools, and equality for all stakeholders. Our students are lucky to be in this district, as this district is one of the best school districts in the area. My passion to serve the community is my ultimate goal as a resident for 36 years and a retired employee working for the district for 31 years. I'd like to continue to serve the district. I am a woman of action, not words. I will work hard for the students who deserve to have the best care in the school they go to. I'd make students a priority in the decisions and choices we make to provide a first-class education. I will give educators a voice so that teachers and staff will stay at the district to work diligently for the good of the students. I'll work to make sure that we have a safe school and clean campgrounds, not only in these pandemic times, but every day the students and teachers go to their classrooms and staff go to their offices. I've been an active community member at church, school, and the city I live in. I am connected to the community. I have a working knowledge of the school district and its operation. I support and believe in the district and students and families we serve. I am confident I can do the job. If I'm chosen as a board member, I will aim to adopt and accept to change and support one another as a team player and empower the students' success. Communication, trust, and respect are traits I will practice in dealing with all stakeholders. I will work on transparency and accountability of budget, as I did when I worked the school budget at Nogales High School.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Our next speaker is Ms. Enriquez. Ms. Enriquez, you have the floor.
Well, good afternoon to Dr. Mitchell and Ms. Pride and sitting board members. My name is Faith Enriquez, and I am running for school board because I believe in equal and quality public education for children and for adults. I am also a Rowland Unified School District alumni, and my daughter attends Oswald Academy. While attending grammar school in 1994, I was part of an after-school program called Project U-Turn. This program created a safe and fun learning environment for students to attend after school. It was an opportunity for children to engage with one another while learning basic life skills. Project U-Turn started as a vision created by those sitting school board members. I would like to be a part of the board to create such opportunities for students now. Furthermore, my decision to run came at a time in my life when I decided that I wanted to contribute to my community. As a parent, a student, and a leader, I have a thrive for change, I have a thrive for growth, and for excellence. Therefore, I feel that I would be a great fit for a provisional school board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Enriquez. Our next speaker will be Miss Perales. Sorry. Ms. Perales, you have the floor. You need to unmute. There you go. Oh. It went back to mute.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Sorry.
Gotta love Zoom.
Sorry.
Gotta love the mute button.
Good evening. My name is Nadine Perales. Both my children attended Rowland Unified Schools from kindergarten through their high school graduation. My daughter is currently a freshman at Cal State Fullerton, just graduating last year from Nogales High School in 2020. My son graduated Nogales in 2016 and is currently at Mount San Antonio College. We have lived in the same home for 22 years, just near Talas's Academy. I am a professional executive assistant, having been at my current job since 2005, supporting executive management and working directly for the president. I worked at Planned Parenthood Los Angeles for 16 years previous to my current role. I have had the honor and privilege of working on a few school district committees in the past, including the Hollingworth School Site Council, Rincon Intermediate Redesign Committee. I was a member of the community that was tasked with interviewing the new Hollingworth Elementary principal, and I was part of the district's community mapping committee. With both our children out of high school and starting to embark on adulthood, I think it's the perfect time for me to place more focus on giving back to our community. My mom was a secretary for the school psychologist in Montebello for 30 plus years and always emphasized how important public education was with the various resources that our school districts can give our children compared to private or chartered schools. So my belief in the public school system is very, very strong. So I look forward to this evening, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mr. Graham.
All right. Good afternoon, or I guess evening at this point, President Pride, esteemed board members, Dr. Mitchell, as well as the members of the cabinet and the community at large. First and foremost, I want to say I'm proud to be part of a group of what seems to be alumnus or alumni of Rowland Unified that have come back and have tried to, put or give back to the community. Right now, or I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Trevor Graham, and I'm currently an adjunct professor of psychology over at Citrus College, as well as at Mount Sac College. Like I said, I'm also a proud product of our RUSD. With hope and determination, I'm here today regarding the position that President Pride is soon to be vacating on the board, trustee for District Area 1. Knowing full well that the district and the nation as a whole are in a state of uncertainty regarding the immediate future, whether to be coming back or maintaining distances, continuing to help to support the students and the staff and faculty in the colossal effort that is education right now is going to pose a great task of whoever's going to be coming aboard. I see no better fit than myself or another educator for that matter to help make sure that any and all undertakings are safe and achievable for the district. Having worked as a tutor with Walnut Valley Unified, I'm familiar with some of the struggles that K-12 students are facing right now with their curriculum. As a collegiate instructor, I see the difficulties that students entering higher education face as a result of current standards. As a concerned citizen, I share my apprehension regarding safety and quality of education with that of many of the parents of this district, here tonight or otherwise. And given the opportunity and privilege to serve as a board member, I feel I'd be able to well address these issues, guiding the district and helping students at all levels to succeed and achieve better than ever before. Thank you all for the chance to interview for this esteemed position, and those interviewing with me tonight, hopefully let's find somebody that's really, really well fit for this position.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Our next speaker for opening statement is Mr. Obi Akora.
Good afternoon, everyone, school board member, our school superintendent, teacher, student, and to our community. It is an honor to be here this afternoon and to be a part of this process. As a parent, many of you, education is certainly one of my priorities. For several years, I've served in various capacities in churches, nonprofit organization, community, and I serve a school site a member of LAUSD schools and Rowland Unified School District. I was elected to Preparatory Education Advisory Committee members and presented the local District 4. And during my term in local District 4, I was elected to local district to central district under LAUSD Specially Funded Program Division as District Advisory Council member of Budget Subcommittee. My experiences in public school and parental involvement will prioritize the importance of children education to be successful and strive in every level. I'm also taking care the voice for our teacher, for their welfare, and for their the backbones for this good school system. I have learned precisely how important communication is between our parents, teacher, administrator, and community. I am a passionate advocate for public education. I have learned how to manage available resources and to work collaboratively for the benefit of our children, school, and community. I am committed to continuously improve for high-quality education for our children, ensuring balanced budget and fiscal accountability with district resources, ensuring safety and health of our school, and strengthening the workforce education program. I strongly support welfare for our teacher, while our children must know the basics that they need to be prepared to compare in our world of the new technologies. And RUSD should invest in this new technology as a tool to enhance the classroom learning, and I'm finished computer science and ministerial studies. Thank you. And
you. And our final opening statement will come from Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, you have the floor. I'm sorry, you'll need to unmute, Mr. Brown.
There we go. That should work.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's a fantastic opportunity to go ahead and start giving back to the community, because I've been giving to the community for a long time. You look at my curriculum vitae, and I've got board experience with the Walnut Valley Chamber of Commerce. That's in the early 90s when I sent a little thing from Jack Uzaic, which is a president of the chamber at that point in time. And then I'm a founding director and a past president also of the San Gabriel Valley Chamber of Commerce. So I've been on many boards and directed them. We've had 8 directors for the Walnut Valley Chamber, and then we had up to 33 for the San Gabriel Valley Chamber, which includes this general area. Been teaching. I've taught at the University of Laverne, Cal Poly, DeVry University, and I've been at Mount Sac for 25 years, teaching financial accounting, taxes, all your different business courses I've taught between Laverne and Mount Sac and Poly, just about anything on the CPA exam, because I am a CPA. And I've given to the community, and I kind of vested interest in this. I have luckily getting my second family, basically. I have a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old that are starting at Oswald. And so I've got 15 years here. So I've got to definitely get involved. And so I have a vested interest. My background is such, I've set up 200 corporations or so. I've had many opportunities to serve as CFO with a lot of my clients. I have given a little thing that is on there that might not be much, but I played Santa when I was in the Kiwanis. I took that to the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. So we'll move on to our next question. Please remember that for the next 3 questions, you will only have 1.5 minutes to respond. So for the next 3 questions, you will only have 1.5 minutes to respond. I will read the question. If you need me to repeat the question before you respond, just let me know, and I'm more than happy to do so. So question number 1. Your written application provided us with special skills, education, training, and talents that you would bring to the role of board member? What do you possess that you feel will best serve our board and district? I'll read that one more time. It's a bit lengthy. Your written application provided us with special skills, education, training, and talents that you would bring to the role of board member. What skill do you possess that you feel will best serve our board and district? So with that, the first response will come from Ms. Gonzalez.
Let me unmute myself. Hello. The skills that I have that will best serve our district is I'm a good communicator. I'm a very patient person. After all, I've worked here for 31 years. How more patient can you be, right? I have a great sense of humor. I'm a likable. I think I have a very likable factor. I'm active in the community, and I've been a leader for a lot of different associations in the community. I'm a good listener. You talk to me, I will listen to you. I have all the time in the world. And I am compassionate and kind. I hope I am. And I respect the people that, all stakeholders, because everybody needs that, especially in this time of pandemic. We all have to be a good person to everybody, to understand each other. My special skill, I am family. I belong here half of my life at the district. I'm a team player. I work together with everyone, and I support one another. I'm very detail-oriented and very efficient. I work the budget after all, and the knowledge of state and federal budget is what I do every day of my life for 31 years at Nogales High School. I'm an executive officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Our next respondent will be Mr. Burkholm.
Thank you. Well, as a direct marketing professional, I help my clients, and in my volunteer work, I've helped the volunteer organizations that I've worked with to effectively and efficiently build goodwill and better friendships with their constituencies. How to communicate effectively to people and to motivate them to take them from where they are to where you would like to be. That is the professional skill set that is mine to own, so to speak. My business and community involvement has also had me intimately involved with a variety of fundraising pursuits. And I think in particular, I might be helpful in bridging the gap for funding for some special initiatives that exist, that there are many public and private foundations out there that could be solicited. Some probably are being solicited by the district now, but it's who you know, as well as having a great program that you're requesting funding for. So that's a brief review of things that I think I might be able to bring to the table.
Thank you, Mr. Burkholm. Next we have Ms. Perales.
Thank you. I think my job as an executive assistant makes me very well-rounded. In my position, I sometimes call myself a glorified secretary, but in fact, I work closely with every department at my company. I'm part of human resources, I'm part of marketing, I'm part of our product development team. I work closely with our finance team. I'm every vice president's right hand at our company currently. With my past experience at Planned Parenthood, I worked closely with the public as the assistant to the president there as well. And I worked closely with the board of directors. So although I haven't been on a board, I know the pressures that a board of directors is under. to make the right decisions for their constituents and stakeholders. And as Ms. Gonzalez said, we are here to serve those stakeholders, the students, the parents, and the community, because our children are going to grow up to be in charge of us later on in life. So it's important that we do what's right for them, which is right for the community. So I feel that I'm well-rounded and would really be an asset to the community that I serve.
Thank you, Ms. Perales. Our next speaker will be Mr. Brown. Please unmute. There you go.
Okay, so to indicate that I can bring some items to skills, I've been on several board meetings, if not ran them. I've been on the board of directors on many corporate businesses. I've helped with a lot of startups as far as people. As I say, I probably formed 200 corporations over the last number of years, and I have a volunteer attitude. I mean, to get into the chamber, that was a very rewarding in regards to giving to the community. Doing this as a part-time and opening businesses and help them welcome what's available and getting them started in business. I've been in a lot of business development organizations to help them get started. And I volunteered as Kiwanis for a while. And I started to say as Kiwanis Santa, and I brought that to the Philippines. I've given to the very poor neighborhoods as Santa to give them a picture and a new gift for Santa Claus for probably 4,000 children over the last 10 years, along with being able to help with any kind of blockchain, cryptocurrency, the current what's happening, be able to help with this new era that we're going into.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. The next speaker will be Mr. Obikoro. You'll unmute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Effective board members require collaboration and creative thinking to ensure our resources are invested in our classroom and that our tax dollar is used effectively and efficiently. One of the most important skills that I've got, it's been in my life in every board meeting in the community, churches, and nonprofit organization. So one that I possess is the ability to listen, consider all information presented, and develop an action plan. So let's bring together a different group of people and coming to consensus on what is the best interest of our student, of our teacher, of our community. And one result that we have, I've been in the Philippines and we dedicated a computer. This school never had a computer. We are in the 21st century, but this school never had computer. So I went to the Philippines and brought computer and dedicated one computer room for that school. And as I look back, those schools have become literate in computer, and they become a champion in every competition when it comes to publishing, broadcasting in their district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker will be Mr. Graham.
All right, well, I am definitely not the only educator here tonight, so I'm not going to spend too much time going over that. One thing that I do bring to the table as far as like my educational background, something related to it, is one of the classes that I have been hired on to teach at multiple campuses at this point is research methods. The reason that I teach that class is because I find that it's an extremely important skill to not only be able to consider, as other people have mentioned, the the contributions to the community around us, but also to be able to look at data, to be able to really see what's going on with that information. I think that skill set sometimes gets maybe a little undersold. Beyond that, though, I do have a fair amount of leadership experience. When I was a student over at Cal State LA, I was on the kind of executive board for Forensic Speech and Debate, which also speaks a little bit to my ability to speak to people, speak with people, and really try to get to the meat of any sort of matter that might come up. Finally, I do have this is a bit of an older call, but I have a lot of experience working within these sort of bylaws. I was actually one of the people that helped write the Rowland Raider Regiment marching band bylaws for the booster parents. So I have a lot of experience, and I hope to be able to bring that in.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. And next we have Ms. Enriquez. Ms. Enriquez, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. So 3 skill sets that I believe that I have that would definitely be a very important attribute to me. I am currently a store manager for a retail company, and I'm going to say mostly all of my employees are actually high school students. So we work closely with the Rowland School District, Urbien School District. And what we do is I go to the ASB and we try to get all of these students to come into my store, and we hire them on. Another skill set that I believe is very important is a commitment to learning. So I myself have committed myself to go back to school. So I am a new student at Mount SAC. I am a 38-year-old student at Mount SAC. And I thought, you know what, better late than never. So I'm a new student majoring in political science. And I think that leadership is very important. The willingness to always want to learn is very important. And that's why I'm here today. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes question number 1. Question number 2. Please share how you would balance your individual perspective on a given issue with the responsibility of building a cohesive team with your fellow board members. Again, one more time. Please share how you would balance your individual perspective on a given issue with the responsibility of building a cohesive team with your fellow board members. And the lucky person that goes to respond to this one first is Mr. Obiakoro. You're muted.
Thank you. For me, we have different background, we have different, opinion. But when it comes to decision making that's bring the result, we should work together for the interests of our people that we serve. Like we serve the student, we serve our school, and we serve the community. Those are very important. We set aside our differences so we can move forward and bring together the solution or better solution that we can benefit our constituent that we serve, or our school, or our children. By the end of the day, we just look back for those things that what we have done. And I know we have a character. It's not about what we want or what they want, or who's there and who's there. But the important is, let's get some idea that we will have a win-win solution in every situation or challenges that we are facing as a fellow boarder. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Ms. Perales.
Thank you. Through my company, we've had the privilege of going through some Gallup strengths training. And my top 5 strengths, everyone has 36 strengths that are all the same, but in different order. So my top 5 strengths are consistency, harmony, adaptability, developer, and restorative. And I think those have served me well in my career. And I believe they would serve me well as a board member. I believe all rules should apply to everyone equally. Harmony is very important to me. So I'm usually the person who sits back and listens to everyone else's opinions and tries to formulate some kind of consensus. So even at work now, VPs will come to me individually if they're not ready to approach our president and ask me how they think they should broach a certain subject. People on the floor know that they can come to me to talk to management on their behalf, as well as our vendors and our customers. So I think I'm very approachable, and I'm a listener. I listen to people, and I find out what's best for, in our case, our stakeholders. The most important stakeholders are children. So I think those are the skills that I can bring.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Graham.
Thank you. Realistically, I think as far as balancing my perspective with that of the rest of the board, ultimately when it comes to making decisions, I try to let data do a lot of that driving. As invested as we might be and as interested in kind of the perspectives that we already have, I think it's really important that we can look at objective measures to see how things are moving. That said, speaking back to my debate history, there's this kind of misconception that debate is about arguing. It's really not. It's more about finding a better outcome or finding kind of the best way to move forward. So while I am very eager to be able to share my opinion, share my perspective, I really want to make sure that we're looking at all the potential options, and if at all possible, using data to help back that up. I think at the end of the day, Mr. Shu in the first portion of the interviews said it really well, simply and concisely. The goal is the same, right? We want the same kind of good outcomes for our students. Sometimes we just need to figure out how best to go about that. And I think the combination of being able to work with each other, talk it out, even if it is a little bit, we might disagree a little bit at first. I want to make sure that we are keeping that framework in mind. We're trying to do something for the students of RUSD.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mr. Burkholm.
Thank you. So in my role as president and CEO of my own company, I don't have employees. I have team members. And to remind me of the importance of team, I have this paperweight on my desk, and it says team. Together, everyone achieves more. That is a mantra that I have lived by for 45 years. I have carried that mantra with me through my various community service activities in organizations that I've led as a board chair or as a top leader or as a committee chair. One of the hallmarks of identifying a good answer, or perhaps even the best answer, is to explore many ideas. By exploring many ideas, it's the only way to come up with new and more powerful and hopefully creative ideas. As president and CEO, I had to deal with my HR director, my director of finance, my account service teams, my creative writers, my graphic art designers, my print production folks, my letter shop folks, and my data processing teams. Not an easy group of people to bring together in a room and walk out the door all thinking the same thoughts. But we did that very successfully. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next person will be Mr. Brown. Unmute, please.
I'm not on my normal computer.
That's okay.
All right, so we've got such trying times coming up. I mean, we have to really concern ourselves on what we do decide to help the superintendent. And so these times right now, we've got to listen, we've got to negotiate, we've got to come up with ability to go ahead and represent this board and this school district with such trying times, new laws, new ideas, new words that we have to learn. We have to be sure that we've got one person talking for us, and that's the superintendent. So we've got to build a team that is totally on board with what we do decide, and present it in such a way that we're not going out of line. We have a real trying time coming up. Transgender issues, we've got new laws with sexual harassment that everybody's going to be trained in. So we've got to help the superintendent cohesively. And so that's where we got to listen, negotiate, come up with a 100% team to help with our school district.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Ms. Enriquez.
Thank you, Mrs. Craig. I believe that to be part of a board, one must be willing to collaborate. And like I mentioned before, I'm a store manager, and listening is essential if you're going to be working retail. Every single prom season, I would say that's our bread and butter. What we do is we cater to a lot of high school kids, and with that said, we also cater to their parents. So we have to definitely stop and listen, and we have to collaborate with our customers. And as a team, we have to collaborate as well. So I believe that if we're going to be working together, listening to each other's ideas is very important for us to make a vision come true. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Mrs. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Well, California is a diverse culture, and we all have intelligent opinions, so everyone is right. But we have to work together, and we have to get along, right? So we have to listen first and look at the issues objectively and be open-minded. I like to think that I am not only a team player, but a team leader. And as a team leader, we need to support each other as a board, communicate with each other, and respect. Number one is respect and accept the opinion of other people and support them. Because majority has a vote, difference is good, but it is always workable. So we have to be compassionate and understanding. But we need to focus on what's best for our students' success. And that will come with the leadership of our board member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes question number 2. So we will go now to question number 3. If asked, how would your colleagues describe you and your personality? So again, if asked, how would your colleagues describe you and your personality? And first we will hear from Ms. Perales.
Thank you. Again, I think people find that when they first meet me, I'm a bit quiet and reserved, but that's because I'm getting to know my environment. But once you get to know me, you kind of wish maybe I was a little reserved again, but I'm very approachable. I'm liked by many. In my family, I'm the gatherer. I'm the one that keeps us all going and getting together. Socially distanced right now, of course. But at work, I'm the same person. I bring people together and try to bring peace to any differences we may have, difference of opinions, and remind people that we are all working for the greater good of an outcome. So I have many relationships. We're a global company, and our parent company is in Belgium. So I have friends in Belgium that have visited the States once, but my family embraces them and we take them on tourist activities while they're here. And so I think I'm a friend to all. I try to be.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Mr. Obikoro.
Thank you. People remember me as Obi-Wan, but I'm not behind Star Wars. So I'm very compassionate and understanding. I do respect people look at me the way I look at them, because I respect them no matter what their status in the society. So yeah, and I love serving people, and we always be there, even in the downtown LA Skid Row. We serve there, and people recognize us as encourager. That's how people we encourage them, and that's the way they got me, and give them the positive outlook in their life. So that's the way it should be, to give someone to rise up and look straight ahead, and that's the way we should people look at us no matter what who you are, and because you have the right in every to face even all the challenges to be authentic.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mr. Graham.
All right. Well, I think, to kind of address the how would people describe me? One of the first things, or one of the kind of big hallmarks, and one of the things that I've striven for throughout my educational career as well as my current career teaching is, trying to be open at all times, trying to always be listening, always be paying attention to new information, taking in as much as I can. Kind of the opposite, I guess not the opposite, but the other hand of that, though, is that with taking in all that information, we need to be sure that we're being analytical and critical of some of that information, making sure we're not just taking things in at face value. I try to make sure that I'm probably the fact checker in my friend group, right? As annoying as that could be sometimes, it's a really important role. Finally, though, I think the biggest thing is that I am kind of growth-oriented. With my research methods classes, some of my students are not exactly the happiest because I make them do 2 projects. The first one, they have no idea what they're doing. The second one, though, by the time they get into writing that full formatted paper, they're just like, oh, this makes sense, So I try to make sure that I am focused on emphasizing that growth, emphasizing those changes, and always being open critically to new information at the same time. Ms. Pride, you're still muted.
Sorry. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Brown. The mute button thing rubbed off on me.
It disappears as soon as but anyway. They're going to say I'm giving. I give, and that's just what I give my time. If I have something, you've got my left hand, I'll give it to you, and I'll give my right hand too. Sometimes they want the whole sleeve, but anyway, I'm very giving, knowledgeable. I've been around. I understand. I respect. I'm first, college graduate, high school to be a fact in my family, and so I look at what I learned and try to present that to other people, understanding that I didn't grow up with a silver spoon. Open-minded, humorous. I give respect. I'm accountable. I'm a man of my words. I'm magical, and I'm professional. I'm giving.
Thank you. There we go.
So that's what they would say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Ms. Enriquez.
All right, thank you. I would hope that my team at work would say that I'm optimistic. So once again, I lead a team of mostly high school and college kids. And when I do my hiring, I like to tell them, this is probably going to be the funnest and best job you're ever going to have. As a leader of my store, I get to set the ambience. And so when my staff clocks in, I tell them, you know what, guys, we're here to serve customers, but we're also here to have fun and treat each other with respect. And so I would say they think I'm also a motivator. So we all set goals for each other. So I like to set goals, and I tell my staff, you guys, let's crush the goals as well. So yeah, I'm just optimistic. I've learned that I don't carry the weight of the world on my shoulders. There's no point in, getting upset for no reason. So I would say they would say I'm optimistic and that I'm a motivator, and hopefully that I'm a good leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Ms. Gonzalez. Thank you, and again, my apologies. So thank you all again for the time and commitment that you put into this process. It's very heartfelt to see so many people come out to want to take on this role. So thank you all. So at this time, the board will take approximately 10 minutes to gather their thoughts prior to deliberation. Keep in mind that this is an open meeting, so you will not hear from us for the 10 minutes, but you will still see us on camera, so because it is an open meeting. So if you guys can just bear with us, you will be moved out of this panel screen again. And then we will go back, we will come back and start deliberations. Do we want to put up a timer, Dr. Mitchell?
So it's an
or do you want me to keep track?
Just an estimate of time. I think when our board members are ready for deliberation, they can share that they're prepared and ready to after they've gathered their thoughts.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
since I am not part of the deliberation process, I really need a quick break. I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Ms. Pratt, I think that our board members would probably appreciate that as well. Would you like to see if they would like to take a quick break as well?
Would you like to take a break before you do your temporary? Okay, so then let's take. Is 5 minutes enough, or you need more than that? 5 minutes? Okay, so
yeah.
it's 6:30. Let's reconvene at 6:35. And then when we come back, you will start your personal thought process deliberations before we go into open deliberations. So 5 minutes. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. What the drag of society. The king of. I get ready for this. I am the king of drag. Yeah, at least I'm the king of something. And. Yeah. No, I didn't. But one thing I did. Well, you 3 minutes. 3 minutes, you can say whatever you want to say. As far as that goes. But I made some. On one hand, I said that your girlfriend, Freeman, should be removed from consideration because she was part of the and parcel of the insurrection led by Shane Loman and the teachers union. And I think you were there. And I got it on video. And they all went running for that door to close down the meeting, sheltering it in there. I call that fraternizing. Friedness, and I was on my first election year, the teachers union endorsed me, and this guy. Those are the people that they're supposed to be working for you. Isn't it all fraternizing? You know, and all that sort of. But anyway, it is what it is, and I'm just glad things are done. And on this side of the river, I think because they're all from Rowland Heights. And I'm saying, where the heck are all of your esteemed individuals when it came to city? You know, you don't think that much of Rowland Heights. Anyway, so it is what it is. And what the state is going to deliberate the local deliberating now. Okay. You're going to be deliberating for your person. Are you there?
If you can give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Mr. Malkin, I see you. Mr. Chin, I see you. And Mr. Venegas, I see you. Thank you to our guests who are still with us, watching and participating. So at this time, the board will start deliberations. Board members, are you ready to begin the deliberation process? You all indicated you are. We will begin with trustee area. Trustee area 5 went first, right? So we will begin with trustee area 5. Do I have a motion and a second to, let's see. I'm sorry. Give me one moment. Do I have a motion and a second to begin the deliberations for the appointment of a board member to trustee area 5?
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Venegas,
Second the motion.
a second by Mr. Malkin. I'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Chin,
Aye.
Mr. Malkin,
Aye.
Mr. Venegas,
Aye.
and Ms. Pride is an aye. Motion carries. Just a reminder to those of you who may have come on late, I will not be participating in the deliberation process as Ed Code prevents me from participating since one of the seats being filled is my own. So at this time, I will open it up for discussion among the board members.
If permitted, I would like to just make a kind of opening summary statement.
Mr. Malkin?
First, I want to thank all the candidates that participated tonight. It was basically, to a great extent, a reunion of Rowland Unified, whether there be students, family, or employees, which really warms my heart to see that our district not only educates people, but brings them back to become part of the family again. And I think that's really a great thing to happen. With so many good people applying and so many knowledgeable and experienced people, it really makes it a very, very, very difficult task for us to sort this out. Because like somebody said earlier, everybody is qualified. So how do you sort this out? And I was thinking about that as I was looking through the papers. And I thought, I went through that MIG training, Masters in Governance, which is all about being a board member. So what a better way to try to sort this out than go back to my books to see what MIG says. What are some qualities that MIG taught us to, be as a board member. And I went back and I looked, and CSBA
had an article about the MIG training, and they listed 8 qualities that board members should have. Mindful of their governance role, carries out duties in a professional manner, focused on student achievement and district goals, comes to board meetings well prepared, knowing the topics and issues, systems thinker, deep learner who knows topics and issues well, committed to their work, and understands which subjects are confidential, i.e. closed sessions. The questions that we had tonight were basically open-ended questions. There was no right answer or wrong answer. We can't, give somebody an A or a B or a C because they didn't have the right answer. But we can look for traits in people. And I think that, the questionnaire that was submitted earlier prior to the interviews helped bring out some of those traits in people. And tonight, with the questions that were asked, I think that just helped expand what we already read in their questionnaires. So I'm going to try to use some of these traits to guide my thinking as to, who would be a good board member for Rowland Unified School District. And those are the traits that I would like to see in a peer and a fellow board member. So thank you for listening, and let's deliberate.
Can I kind of give my thought process as well?
I'm sorry, I thought Mr. Chin was getting ready to speak.
Oh, and that's fine. If he is, that's fine. Let him go first.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Mr. McGinnis, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Chen.
And I want to thank all of you for your willingness to apply, willingness to want to be a board member, and require a lot of commitment for sacrifice your family time, maybe financially, and sacrifice so many things for serving the board. After reviewing the applications and resumes, and after listening to your comments and your answers, I'm very impressed. As Mr. Malkin says, every one of you are qualified. Everybody are qualified to be a board member. And your experience, everyone has different experience, different background. I'm so happy to see there's so many good people in the community. And now no wonder why the Rowland community is so strong. Tonight, we have to choose only one candidate from each area. That for the rest of the candidates was not chosen, I hope you can stay with us, and there are so many other opportunities you can contribute your talents and your expertise to the school board and to the school district. And we want to see you, every one of you, in the community and working with us in the future. And thank you again for being with us, and thank you again for your willingness to join the board.
Mr. Venegas?
Great. And so, and Mr. Malcolm had said it, and a few people had said it, there was just a lot of great applicants. I spent the weekend reviewing the background information and what was submitted, and interviewing today, and just kind of building on that foundation. So it was a lot of time, and I appreciate everyone stepping up and willing to give time here and just to step up. I think as what I'm looking for is just an understanding to in both the application process and the interview process was an understanding of what the duty is as a board member and as a governance, someone that leads by example, that comes prepared, willingness to learn the issues, has a clear focus on children. I want respect. I want to be able to hear all sides, but not be able to afraid to make decisions as we move forward. So I also like the fact that people are involved in the community. We have some tough decisions to be made here, and we want somebody on our board that's going to be helping with those decisions as we move forward. So we have tough decisions tonight. There's the three of us are probably going to get into some heated discussions soon, but I thank everyone for applying and willing to be part of this community, and I'm looking forward to you participating in any form with our district.
So do you want us to?
Thank you, Mr. Venegas. I'm sorry, Mr. Malkin?
You want us to start moving forward and we can?
Absolutely.
Okay, we're doing group 5, right? Trustee area 5.
Trustee area 5 first, yes.
I'll throw out, I don't feel, I would like to interview a couple of people a little bit further. So the first name I'd like to throw out is Kevin Hayagawa. Comments, questions?
Kevin was on my list as well, so I don't know if we second at this point, but I would be in agreement with that.
I think we have a dog agreeing with it too.
Yeah, Kevin, as I unmuted, he started barking. I apologize.
Yeah, Kevin is the current board member on Water District, and he was elected not very long ago. I just make sure Kevin has ready to serve another board instead of the board he ran in Water District, because Kevin's the Water District people is going to be disappointed for Kevin switch to the school board. I want to know if Kevin ready for that. For switch to to another board, and Kevin's background and experience is very impressive, very impressed, I agree with you. If everything okay, then I will interview Kevin to learn more from him.
So go ahead, Mr. Malkin.
We'll have Kevin go forth for a second round of interview.
So do I have a motion to move forward Kevin Hayakawa for a second round interview?
I make a motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Malkin, a second by Mr. Venegas. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Chin?
Aye.
Mr. Malkin?
Aye.
Mr. Venegas?
Aye.
Dr. Mitchell, am I supposed to vote on this?
No,
So
ma'am.
I abstain. So we have 3 ayes, 1 abstention, and the motion carries. Kevin Hayakawa will be moved on to the second round.
Do you want to rotate or do you want me to continue?
It's the pleasure of the board. If someone else would like to speak up, or if they want you to take the lead, it's up to the board.
I'd like to make a motion to have Donna Freeman to go further in the interview process.
I had Donna Friedman down as in my top 4. One of the things is that, as Ms. Friedman mentioned in one of her answers, that she went through the Masters in Governance training, which is quite extensive, rigorous training, that brings a lot of richness to the board to have somebody that's already had that training. So that with the fact that she has community support, which is well known when we had the election. It was only by mere fact that when we went into trustees area that she termed out and could not run again. And I feel that the community spoke by putting her in that position. The community didn't speak directly to take her out. It was a matter of trustee areas. And I'd like to give her the opportunity to do 2 years, then run for election and let the community speak again. So I would support Donna Friedman.
Yeah, for the past experience with working with Ms. Freeman before, and I have confidence with Ms. Freeman to serve it on the board again.
And she was in my top 3 as well, so I'm in agreement as well.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to move forward Donna Friedman for the second round of interviews?
I move for Donna Freeman to move forward on the interview.
I have a motion by Mr. Chin.
I'll second it.
I have a second by Mr. Malkin. Roll call vote. Carrie Chin.
Aye.
David Malkin.
Aye.
Eric Venegas.
Aye.
And Angelina Pride abstains. Motion carries.
You have one, Eric, you want to present?
Those were my top 2. I have a third one, which is Kim, Colbert Kim.
I think we're thinking alike on this.
Right, I think they were all very strong, so I would like to get a little more information from him and have a little bit more background on him as well.
Yeah, he was one of my, also Cobra Kim. I like the fact that he's in supporting our students and our community, as well as I guess other communities, in the sense that he's preparing them for college and he's teaching them that everybody has access to college if they so choose it. And he's willing to help them if they need help to get there.
Right.
And I really respect that on him.
Yeah, his background is very impressed, and his background in education and teaching the kids in the community, and he knows the community very well.
Then do I have a motion and a second to move forward Kim Colbert to the second round of interviews?
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Venegas.
I'll second it.
I have a second by Mr. Malkin. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Chin.
Aye.
Mr. Malkin.
Aye.
Mr. Venegas.
Aye.
And Ms. Pride abstains. Motion carries. Are there any other comments or deliberations that need to take place for trustee area 5? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, last call. Seeing and hearing none, the following members will be moved forward to the second round of interviews for the position of being appointed to the seat vacated in trustee area 5. Kevin Hayakawa, Donna Friedman, and Kim Colbert. I would like to take this moment to thank all of the candidates again who interviewed for the position for trustee area 5. Your commitment to our district was definitely heard, and we hope that you will find ways to stay involved with our school district throughout the remainder of your time living in our community. There are tons of ways to serve, and we look forward to having you involved in those other areas. So thank you very much. Mr. Hayakawa, Ms. Friedman, Ms. Colbert, we will let you know when we're ready to start the second round. Now we will move on to trustee area 1.
I'd love to start that one off.
Go for it.
Agnes Gonzalez. my time's limited, so.
Really quick, I need to make one correction. It's Mr. Kim, Mr. Colbert Kim. I was using his last name as his first name. So I just want to make sure that I note that Mr. Kim will be moving forward to the next round of interviews. Go ahead, Mr. Malkin. I'm sorry.
Recommend Agnes Gonzalez move ahead to the second round. And I don't know if any of them, if they feel that we need to move others forward, I'll be curious what others have to say.
Any other comments about Ms. Gonzalez or support? Yes.
But following our protocols, we did not make a formal motion to open the deliberations for trustee area 1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you. Okay. So let me back up here for a minute to my notes. Do I have a motion and a second to begin deliberations for the board appointed position, to move candidates forward for additional questions for trustee area 1? I'm sorry, who made the motion?
David made the motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Malkin. Do I have a second?
A second.
A second by Mr. Chen. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Chen?
Aye.
Mr. Malkin?
Aye.
Mr. Venegas?
Aye.
And Ms. Pride is an aye. Motion carries. Now, I'm sorry, you can resume discussion.
Okay,
We're on discussion
I'd
now.
like to move forward with Ms. Agnes Gonzalez to the second round.
Yeah, Miss Agnes Gonzalez's experience in the district, and she was part of the Rowland family, and now retired. And I think she will be a good candidate for joining the board.
And I would agree with moving her forward. I actually posted the opening on social media and got in touch, and I chatted with her without knowing that she was part of the district before. We had some conversations, and when I presented that back, I got feedback from the district saying, oh, she's retired from the district. And then the unions also reached out to me later, but that was well after I'd already talked with her, and she wanted information and was getting a feel for her involvement.
And she was one of the few that said that for traits and skills that she brings forth is that she has a good sense of humor.
And a smile like me,
and
right?
I like that. You need a good sense of humor to do this.
I was going to be mean and say she'll need that to deal with you guys. Okay, so may I have a motion to move forward Agnes Gonzalez for a second round interview for trustee area 5?
I move that Ms. Agnes Gonzalez be moved forward.
I have a motion by Mr. Malkin, a second by Mr. Venegas. We'll take a roll call vote.
Did you say trustee area 5?
Oh, trustee area 1, thank you. Thank you, trustee area 1. So I have a motion to move forward Ms. Agnes Gonzalez for a second round of interviews for trustee area 1. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Chen?
Aye.
Mr. Malkin?
Aye.
Mr. Venegas?
Aye.
And Ms. Pride, I abstain. Motion carries.
Okay. I'd like to hear more about Mr. Michael Brown for the second round. Mr. Brown has the background of expertise on the accounting, and he's a certified public accountant, and I think it would be a good addition to the board, whether someone has the expertise in this area.
Yeah,
Any
I'll add to
additional
that.
comment?
Yeah, he was in my top 4 as well, and so I would support that.
Any additional comments?
This is where we learn to compromise. He wasn't in my top 4, but if my other 2 members want that, being a CPA and having an extensive background in that is, yes, it's very valuable. But we also have, I think, people available to the board that has that information, that gives us the information that we need within our cabinet. I'm just looking at my notes as to what the other items he brought forth. I just, it's hard for me to support this with my notes that I have. You know, we can take a vote.
Okay.
Well, I think, I'm trying to think, and I think I heard from you, David, you were just thinking bringing Agnes through, sorry, Ms. Gonzalez through. I do have 2 others that were in that top category, and maybe I'd like to see what you guys are considering, if you're considering them or not. I mean, at some point, if we just bring them to have them talk, I don't know if that's going to be a value add. But Obi Acario and Nadine Perles were also in my top 4. And so I don't know if David or Carrie, Mr. Malkin, Mr. Chen, if those were in your top, and you would consider moving those through as well?
I had Obi Acario in my top 4. And who was the other one?
Ms. Perales, excuse me.
Oh, just the executive sitting.
I have Obi Carroll and Mr. Graham on my list. And I'm Mr. Graham because his expertise in the psychology and the area of mental health is pretty important to us.
I think, and thank you, Mr. Chen, I think where this is helpful is it sounds like that we all agree with Acario should move forward. And maybe we can start with that and see if that's, and I don't know if we're in agreement with the others. I think we're kind of divided, and maybe we limit it to 2 moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Michael Brown, so Mr. Venegas, what is your?
He was in my top 4. I don't think it was in David's top 4, and I think you had one that was not in my, other than Obi, it wasn't in my top 4 as well. So I think what I'm trying to do is just pick the candidates that were in all our top 4s.
Okay.
And I'm open to bring them in. I just, if we're all leaning towards somebody and the others aren't, that's where I think
What I'm trying to do is balance the written questionnaire with what we heard today. Some people do well orally, some people do well writtenly, some people do well both of them. I'm trying to balance the 2, and Obakaro, I felt did a real well. Did a very nicely. Did a nice job on his written application. especially in the role of the school board and fulfillment of that purpose. I thought it was an excellent statement where the fulfillment of that purpose is to work with the school district superintendent and to ensure that every school in the district achieve the set goals and visions to ensure adopting policies that give district direction to set priorities and achieve goals in developing curriculum and budget. It was a leadership statement where he's not getting involved in how to do it, but he's setting goals and leadership and policies to get there, which is, I think, what the role of the board is.
The written statement, I think he did very well. He was in my top 3 for written, and he did very well in the interview. So I'm in agreement to move him forward.
So I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll move Agnes and Obio Carol.
We're missing a motion.
Yeah. Well, we would need a motion to move forward Oba Carl.
I'll make a motion to move Mr. Obio Carl forward.
I have a motion by Mr. Venegas.
I'll second that.
I have a second by Mr. Malkin. We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Chin,
Aye.
Mr. Malkin,
Aye.
and Mr. Venegas,
Aye.
and Ms. Pride abstains. Motion carries. Are there further deliberations, discussions?
Well, we're moving 3 in group 1. We don't necessarily have to move 3 and 3, but if we wanted a third one, I just would like to get your feeling on Eunice and Eurekas.
Any comments?
I think she does very well with the high schoolers and creating opportunities for them. I think she has a great connection with them. She was not in my top 4.
Okay. Any comment, Carrie?
She is not on my top list either.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you have any other ones, Carrie, in your top list? Top like 2, 3?
As I said, Mr. Graham is the one, but I made it open. I want to listen to you and Mr. Venegas' opinion.
Okay, let me see real quickly here.
Yeah. He was another one that was not in my top 4, so let me.
I agree with what you're saying, Carrie, that counseling is very important, even more so now than ever after the pandemic. But there's the other part of me, and where, let me get my notes here. Which is going to be contrary to what I usually say, and that's try to be data driven and making decisions. I think that's an excellent way of making decisions. The trouble, though, in being on a school board is that we're dealing with people's lives. And we're dealing with social aspects, emotional aspects, that makes it very hard to quantify. So you can't always be data-driven, even though I support that. I'm a former risk manager, so I'm a numbers guy. Mm-hmm. But what I found out being on the school board is is that you're dealing with not numbers, but you're dealing with people's lives, and that sometimes you got to look at it outside of the data you're getting. If somebody's missing school, yes, they're missing school, but why are they missing school? And that's the unique element that we need in a school board member, is to ask that question, the why. And the data doesn't always give you the why. I'm looking for somebody who would have that quality to look for the why. And not the why from data, but the why socially, emotionally, things like this. I realize he is currently, I guess he's currently, he's an adjunct psychology professor, so he would look at those things, no question about it, being a psychologist. But I'm trying to deal with what was said today and what was in the application. I can assume that he would because of his background and training, but I don't want to make assumptions. I want to go by what I heard and what I read.
And Mr. Malkin, if I could add to that, I'm a data guy, and you guys know that, right? I like it, and you're right, in a board position, it's not just data. When he was talking about data, I like that gets me excited. But it is people's lives, and sometimes we, even as an engineer, it's like we have to make choices for the better quality. And it's not always data driven, but it's a tool that I use. So, and then based off what from the written and from the interview candidate, I think there was a couple others that I think would be a stronger leader.
Additional comments? As of right now, I have that you have approved motions to move forward Obi Obokoro and Agnes Gonzalez.
I'm okay for move only two, if other colleagues have the wants to move one or two more.
Yeah, and I think I'm okay with moving only two. It doesn't sound like we're in agreement with that third or fourth one, and I'm okay with moving two as well.
Okay, so then at this point, we have Ms. Agnes Gonzalez and Ms. Obi Obokoro from Trustee Area 1 moving forward to the next round of interviews. And we already have had a motion and a vote on them. At this point, would it be it's up to the board, would you like to go ahead and jump into the second round of interviews, or do you need a quick 5 minutes before we start the second round?
I'm okay with jumping in.
Yeah,
I don't need to
I'm okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Jumping in?
Mhm.
Okay, Dr. Mitchell, you're okay? Okay, so then we will start the trustee area, start the second round of interviews, and I'll go back to my handy plastic bag here to see which trustee area will go first. Trustee Area 1. So we will be interviewing Trustee Area 1 first, which consists of Agnes Gonzalez and Obi Obokoro. Asked to respond to 4 questions to determine the order the questions will be asked in. I think it's just 2 of you, so if you guys are okay, I will just alternate going back and forth between the 2 of you. If you guys, are you okay with that, Ms. Gonzalez? Are you okay with that, Mr. Obi Okoro? Okay, so we'll do that so we don't have to keep drawing. So 4 questions to determine, so we don't have to determine the order. So each question has up to 2 minutes, or each candidate has up to 2 minutes for each question. So the first question, and we'll start with Ms. Gonzalez. We'll go in alphabetical order to start. Ms. Gonzalez, please share your experience working with diverse populations in the community and or through your work. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, Nogales High School, my experience at Nogales High School and working for Rowland Unified School District is really a diverse culture. We have all kinds of races, and we deal with all students of different culture and all students and parents and even teachers. They're not all the same. We are very diverse in this state, but we get along. You know, we always somehow work around each other, and we always work for the good of the success of the students. To be a board member, you have to do that. You have to work along with the community, the parents, because they care for the students. They are our future, not only of their family, but of the society that we live in. And if we have that kind of diversity, and culture and just understanding each other. And I've always reiterated the respect that we have to work to always strive to be respectful of each other, communicate. And that's pretty much what I am aiming for. My goal for this as a board member is for the success of the students and to be a team player. Diversity is key, but community is there. Respect, leadership, and be able to listen to each other's opinion and work around it. Have I answered? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Obiokoro? You're on mute.
Thank you, Ms. President. I love diversity. I work in a company in Vernon, and import manager, logistic. I handle an HR head and payroll. I handle those areas in the company. So I deal with people every day with different races, color, and sex. So, and at the same time, I'm doing the ministry. So every time I'm dealing with people, I look all of them as the same as me. So regardless who you are, regardless what color you have, I believe that you have an equal opportunity, that you can have a right, and diversity is just people group those things, but the important, whether you are different colors, we should work together for a common good, for the benefit of the people that surrounded to us. Those are the key factor that we deliver the result of the things that we wanna people have benefit and good outcome for the betterment of the community, of the school, or of children, of our children. That's how we should work for this diversity. So I have different kinds of friends, and they're all diverse. So I love different kind of people. I love all of them, regardless who they are. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question, and Mr. Obiokoro, we will start with you for the second question. Your written application shared community and business activities you have participated in. Please share any potential conflicts with these activities and your potential role as a board member.
Thank you. I mentioning I was a board secretary in Shadow of Homeowners Association 3. And life balance is very important to me. And I have my family, I have my job, I have my church, I have my organization, and I actively involved to the community and school. So as a person of things, if you wanna get involved in or interested to all the things that you are doing in life, you should be put balance. You can't just put one thing and you neglect the other thing. So the same thing in leadership. You must be everybody happy with the outcome, whatever decision that we will make at the end of the day. So it is very important to know every concern of every section or things in your life, so you can evaluate each one of them, which are not doing well and which are doing well. So, and I believe achieving school achievement, we apply the same thing, that we focus on the things that are dragging down and help to them to focus, so we can reach the same goal as the other. And I believe in our school district, there are some schools are performing well. There are some other schools are not performing well. So what are the issues that we need to bring to the district that is concerned? So every school will do a performance based on their achievement, attendance, time of the instruction, learning of a teacher. So the same thing I apply, that's my principle in life. So make sure everything is well balanced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gonzalez,
Yes, thank you.
did you need me to repeat the question? Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay, it was kind of lengthy, that's why I asked. So your written application shared community and business activities you have participated in. Please share any potential conflicts with these activities and your potential role as a board member.
To be a board member, you have to be open-minded, and there's always conflict. There's differences amongst the people that work around any community. But we have to listen to each other. We have to communicate. We have to be, like I said, we have to listen. We have to make sure that everybody is heard, because not everyone is wrong. We may have opinions and we may not agree with each other, but we have to agree to disagree. We have to get along. There is respect that is to be involved in everyone's decision. And I have done that in my other activities as an elective executive officer for the state Senate President of the Philippines, Big Soto, and he had given me that appointee as an executive officer for the Filipino Americans in the USA. And in order, I have also achieved the award as 100 Outstanding Filipino American in the USA. And as a board, I can carry that through to be outstanding in what we do, to be good in what we do, to get the work done, no matter what differences we have with each other, because life is normal even if you disagree. Life will be normal, and you have to work. You see each other, you meet at functions, and you will be friends. You work together. You know, as employee, there are people we don't like, and sometimes we just, we like, but we cannot play favoritism. We have to be open, and we need to make sure.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Question number 3, and this will go to you first, Ms. Gonzalez. Describe how you would respond if a parent approached you in the grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue in the district. I'll read it again. Describe how you would respond if a parent approached you in the grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
First of all, I will say hello, and I will ask what school they're from, and just be friendly and put a smile on my face, and probably listen to what she wants. She has a complaint because she's not happy. And so I will follow through. I will get back to her. I will probably take her phone number or something to that matter so that I will get back with her. But I cannot make the decision at that point in time and give her my opinion, because my opinion is only one voice. As far as the district is concerned, we have to work with the superintendent, of course, the other board members. Whatever issue she has as a personal issue. So it does not reflect the whole community. And so as a board member that represents the district office, I will be there and I will listen to her and I will just follow through and I will tell her, I will get back to her and do the best I can to make sure that she is heard. But other than that, I'm only one voice. There are 5 of us board members, and there is a superintendent, and there are teachers. And of course, I'm sure there are a lot of other people involved with the district office that has concerns about her issues, whatever it is. But I will make sure and that I will respect her wishes and just talk to her and calm her down. Hopefully I will make a friend out of her. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Obiakoro, describe how you would respond if a parent approached you in the grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
Thank you. First, I will be calm down. Someone approached me for the support. And second, I have to collect information, more information, gather data or whatever support that they need to do, and study and evaluate what is the cost and effect of those support that we are taking. So it's not an easy to give a support and without studying. So in my knowledge, so when someone asks the support, you diligently study the issue or the things that they want your support, and from there, once you collect those information, then you do your analysis and informations that you need to do, so you can decide. So as a board, in the board, you can decide on your own. You have to bring the issue to the board and let the board decide. I know each individual board, there is no power to decide when we are not in the meeting. So the board has only the power when we have in the meeting or when we are in a gathering or call for the meeting. So we can decide for the things that we need to decide. So for me, I just can give the opinion. But again, I'm very conscious of what kind of effect on a community or to individual. So I'll try to study whatever things support they want me to tell them or us. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 4. Mr. Obiakoro, we're going to start with you this time. So question number 4. Identify and share a recent board decision that you feel or felt strongly about. If you had been a board member at the time, how would you have balanced multiple interests and stakeholders in your decision making? I'm going to read that for you one more time because it was lengthy. If you don't mind, I want to make sure it's clear. Identify and share a recent board decision that you feel or felt strongly about. If you had been a board member at the time, how would you have balanced multiple interests and stakeholders in your decision making?
Thank you. So, I said I've been part of the board, and this only my voice is just give the collective information to the other board. So, by the end of the day, it's not about my decision, but it's about the decision of the board. So once they gather the information, we study as a board what's the effect of that decision to the organization or to the company. So like this COVID, we are in a pandemic. So like in a part of the board, whether we open some church or we are not open the church. But again, we follow the higher ranking authority in our land, which is our government. So they have given a policy, they have given the decision or the restriction or the guidelines so we can follow. So from there, we will base our decision on how we will go with whether we reopen or not. So in the same thing, we did in our organization and the schedule whether we go there to be with the people or not with the people. But then we always follow the guidelines of the state and county. So we will not have any situations that we make a decision that is not accordance to the law that's given to us. So for me, right now we're doing good, and we just basically follow the rules and regulations. And we should adhere as a good citizen. We should adhere to those guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Ms. Gonzalez, I'll read the question again for you.
Please.
Identify and share a recent board decision that you feel or felt strongly about. If you had been a board member at the time, how would you have balanced multiple interests and stakeholders in your decision-making process, in your decision-making?
Well, I have not been on a board, but I have been an employee of this district office. I am a Rowland family. And I have always had emails from the superintendent. The communication has always been very good, especially in these pandemic times. We have decisions, and I'm sure the board got into the decisions of whether opening schools or not to abide by. We are not just stricken by what we want to do, but we have rules to follow, same as everyone else. And so just the communication that the board is giving to the staff, all the stakeholders, the teachers, whether to go back to school or not. She's been very welcoming and telling everybody of what the next move is. And so that's a good sign, communication as a board member. I have personal experience on that because there are layoffs that have been given to us in the past as a board, as an employee of the district office. But everyone, all stakeholders fought for us. CSEA fought for us, ARA fought for the teachers, and everybody negotiated for the better good of everyone so that we would not affect people's lives. Whatever decision we make at the board affects someone's life. It affects a student's success. It affects the parents who takes care of their kids. So we have to make sure that our decision in this, especially in this pandemic that we're going through, we will be able to negotiate and make sure that it's for the good of everyone, for the safety of the students, for everybody's safety. And also, like I said, we have policies to abide by, CDC. And that's my take on that board decision. Being laid off, almost, not really laid off, but furloughs and stuff like that. So I had experienced that, and it's very sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Now we've come to our closing statement, and Ms. Gonzalez, we will be starting with you. You have 2 minutes to provide a brief closing statement to support your appointment.
Thank you. In final closing, I would like to thank everyone, the superintendent and the distinguished board members, for your time. This today, I always considered as a gift because it's an experience for me. I believe that the district will choose the best candidate, and I wish Mr. Obi, everyone good luck on all sides, as we are here only for the students, to give them a safe school, first-class education, and to give educators, staff, and the community a voice and respect we all deserve, as we need to be unified and to reach our goal as one. Everyone has a voice, and we all need to be heard. Communication and respect are key for everyone's decision-making. It will be a difficult journey ahead, but if we work together, we can do it. I am the board member that Rowland Unified School District is looking for. I may only be one voice, but I will always be the voice of the community I serve and its student success. They're supporting one another, and this has been a great experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Mr. Obiokoro, you have 2 minutes to provide us with a brief closing statement to support your appointment. You're on mute.
Again, good evening, school board member, our school superintendent, and our teacher, student, community that are here joining tonight. I'll put my time and effort to ensure that our policy and program are in place for the betterment of our school community. I'm willing to work, listen about the concern of our community, and work collaboratively with fellow board members to improve our school for the benefit of our student and our school community. And support every thing for the achievement of our children education and for the betterment of our school, and so that they can bring a good classroom instructions. And also I'll give my best effort and dedication to be on top of every issue in our district so we can solve those issues and put a resolution, and we can move forward in every day of our issues. And I will see to it that all the students will learn and get ready to things that they need to get from the classroom or from the online instruction to get ready them as a workforce and a leader in this advancing technology. Again, thank you very much for your time, and I'm glad to have been this part. Thank you.
Thank you both, Ms. Gonzalez and Mr. Obiokoro, for your time and for your commitment to the district and to the students that we serve. If you will now be taken out of this main panel, as we will now move over to hear from Trustee Area 5. After that, we will have deliberations again, or the board will have deliberations again before making a decision. Okay, thank you. So I see all of you are here. Thank you for your patience with this process. We know this makes for a long night for everyone, but we appreciate that you're committed enough to be willing to participate in this, this panel. If it is okay with the three of you, I would just, each candidate has up to 2 minutes for each question. So I'm going to start in alphabetical order, like with Trustee Area 1. So I will start with Ms. Friedman. Question number 1. Please share your experience working with diverse populations in the community and or through your work. You're on mute, Ms. Friedman.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I worked at an elementary school in South El Monte, primarily Hispanic students, but we had all different races. And I would do activities with my students for all different countries, everything. And I thought that they really enjoyed that. RUSD has a big diverse population. We have, I was able to see in the classrooms the dual immersion classes at Hurley and Roarmore in Spanish, and Shellon's new dual immersion Mandarin. Well, it's not new anymore. And Not only that, I think that it's important to know that the foster and homeless students also should be in this diverse population. Surprisingly, that we have a lot at RUSD, and thank goodness we have Family Resource Center and other resources to help them. But I really like being a part of RUSD because we have everything for all of our students. So it doesn't matter what race or gender or anything, that we look out for all of them. And I don't see a clock, so I'm not sure how much longer I have. Oh, I see it, it's changed where it is. Okay, so, I'm sorry, it got moved. Anyway, I just wanted to say that in my whole life of teaching and being on the board, I've been working with all different types of people, and it's a learning experience too. And I've talked to parents and community as a teacher and a board member, and I think RUSD really is like #1 in caring about all of our students, and that's very important to just treat students all equally.
Thank you. Mr. Hayakawa, please share your experience working with diverse populations in the community and/or through your work.
First off, I'd like to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to come back and continue to share my ideas, my background, my experiences. I am a teacher in the California Community College system, which contains many non-traditional students and students of diverse socioeconomic backgrounds, but also a very diverse set of level of preparations for community college. I think that this would uniquely prepare me to be a board member for all of RUSD, including the school sites that are often less known to the general community, like Santana High School and the adult education program. I did not attend community college myself, so I entered my first community college teaching position with a very open mind, and perhaps just as importantly, a very flexible mind. The reason why I'm so passionate about teaching at community college is because of the large population of marginalized communities that attend them, and I'm very dedicated, or I'm dedicating my career to laying the foundation of their careers so that they can be successful in the future as well. One thing that I didn't get to mention earlier is that I've gone to school in RUSD on both sides of the railroad tracks. I went to City Bar Academy and Walnut Heights School, but I've also went to Rincon Intermediate School, which is Telus today. So I'm very aware of the disparities between the North and the South, and the differences between those regions of the district. And because of my lived experience, I believe I can bring that sensitivity and knowledge to help inform any decisions that I will have to make on the board. And I will just say that the friends that I made on the North and the South middle schools, the ones that I made up north were just as wonderful and fantastic as the ones that I made on the south side. So I really do love RUSD as a whole, all parts of it, Rowland Heights, Walnut, West Covina, La Puente, etc. Thank you very much, and looking forward to continuing to chat.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, please share your experience working with diverse populations in the community and/or through your work.
Yes, so like I said earlier, when I started Alpha Academy 31 years ago, I noticed that my classes were the majority of the students were Asians. So after many, many years, I started a nonprofit organization called Alpha Chapter, where we cater to students from low income. So I opened a chapter in UCLA, USC, UC Davis, UOP, and also Fullerton High School. At Fullerton High School, 100% they were Hispanic kids, 120 kids. And I always try to talk with them about the power of education, of why they need to study, how they need to become, what can they do to become better. And during the class, I asked the class, what is the hardest thing for you guys? Why is it so hard for some of you guys to study? And one Hispanic girl raised her hand in my class in the teacher's lounge, because I was using the whole teacher's lounge for 120 students. And she said that there are 13 people in a one-bedroom apartment. And sometimes she needs to go to the bathroom across the street to Del Taco. So when I realized what kind of environment they are in, I had to
raise the bar in order for them to be able to, have a goal in life, have a future, how education can really change them. And out of one of the students in that class, his name is Fernando Rojas, he was able to get into all 8 Ivy League schools, plus Stanford. And at the end, he chose Yale with a 90,000 scholarship. And, that's education can do that. And it doesn't matter what your background is. It doesn't matter if you're Hispanic. It doesn't matter if you are African American. It doesn't matter if you're Asian. Is that they need that passion. You need to kind of.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. So now we will move on to our next question. And question number 2 is, your written application shared community and business activities you have participated in. Please share any potential conflicts with these activities and your potential role as a board member. I'll read that one more time just because it's lengthy. Your written application shared community and business activities you have participated in. Please share any potential conflicts with these activities and your potential role as a board member. And in this round, we will start with Mr. Hayakawa.
Thank you, President Pride. So of course, the biggest conflict that I would like to bring up for myself, that Mr. Chen mentioned earlier during the deliberation session, is the conflict of interest that I have at being a member of Walnut Valley Water District Board of Directors. So I would like to assure Mr. Chen and the rest of the board that I received a very nice phone call from Assistant Superintendent Dennis Bixler last week, informing me of this incompatibility and that I would be fully prepared to resign from the water board if appointed to serve on this board. On my application, I listed many activities I was involved in RUSD and the greater Rowland Heights community in the past, but I suppose that one advantage of being an alumnus of the district is that it's been quite a few years since I have been actively participating in these activities. So therefore, in general, I don't have any direct conflicts of interest from my past participation in the Rowland Instruments and Music program, participating in AYSO soccer out here. So as I begin my career and begin that aspect of my life, I don't believe that there would be any larger conflicts of interest other than the Walnut Valley Water District. That's all that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hayakawa. Next, Mr. Kim. Your written application shared community and business activities you have participated in. Please share any potential conflicts with these activities and your potential role as a board member.
So, after 28 years of running Alpha Academy in Rowland Heights, 2 years ago, I had to close that office because of lease conflicts. So I don't think I have any conflict right now serving the board because I am not physically running a business in the city of Rowland Heights. And also, like I mentioned earlier, I run an Alpha chapter, which is a non-profit organization where I present my students, or present to the students materials that they will be able to use in order to kind of, like I said earlier, kind of bring this drive inside of them, find what their passion is, what their talents is. And I think that's very important. And to add that, my son went to Shellen Elementary School, and his teacher mentioned, how is Cornell so good with vocabularies? So I kind of talked to her, what I do with my son, and she said, Mr. Kim, can you bring whatever you're talking about and share with the class? Because they're taking the exam, the state exam next week. So I brought 26 copies, textbooks, and my books, and I gave it to every student. No, it was all nonprofit, no fees. And then I told them how to use that book. And then my son the following day tells me, Appa, which means dad in Korean, he said, one of my friends came up to me and said, I'm gonna do everything your dad said because I want to be smart. And that really kind of changed the whole perspective of, I can do small things in my community to change that one student. That one student life can change just because I shared a book that I have.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to question number, I'm sorry. So I caught myself that time. Ms. Friedman.
Thank you. Okay, so I had listed Neighborhood Watch Program, which I started when I moved to Rowland Heights in 1986. There is no conflict there. I also was on the school site council meetings at Shellen when my two daughters attended Shellen, volunteered, and there's no conflict there because my children are adults now and one is teaching. The other things that I listed were all board-related things that I attended, and there is no conflict there. As a teacher of 36 years, I knew the state testing and how hard the teachers work. So this is not a conflict of interest. Instead, it is very useful to bring to the board. I am very approachable, and so a lot of people do come up to me and say, "Oh, are you Donna Friedman?" I'll say yes, and I don't know who it is, and it's a community member, and they'll say, "Oh, I know you're on the board." I said yes, and how nice that you would recognize me. And so I don't think that that's a conflict, but most of the time, they just want to say, "Oh, I think you're doing a great job. I've heard things about you, and it makes me feel good." But I don't feel that anything that I have been through would be a conflict. If anything, everything that I have done in my life, because my life has been all education, except for the last 2 months, that will bring a lot to the board. And I love education, and I think that I don't have any conflicts with anything that I've done in my past.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. We'll move now on to question number 3, and Mr. Kim, we will be starting with you. Question number 3. Describe how you would respond if a parent approached you in the grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
Yes, so that question, I was able to find the answer from the booklet that I received 2 weeks ago, I guess. And it says in here, hear the concern and redirect the person to the appropriate personnel most closely related to the area of concern and who is in a position to assist with resolving the matter. Notify the superintendent of the conversation so that she can follow through as appropriate and or necessary. Expect feedback update from the superintendent in a timely manner. And I believe that I cannot find that part, but I read, and it says something like, as a board member, as an individual, we have no power. We only have the power when we come together in that meeting and we work as a team. So I understand the concerns of the parents. I understand the concerns of the area. However, I have no power to make a decision. We only have a power when we come together in the board, in the meetings. So I would try to be very polite and listen to what they would have to say. However, like on Tuesday, I thought that was very, very important what I heard, that we are the ears and the eyes for the superintendent. So we are not the speaker, we are just the listener, and we supply the information so the superintendent's job can be much more easy for her to make the right decision.
Thank you. Ms. Friedman, describe how you would respond if a parent approached you in the grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
So this is a very difficult question because at the beginning of being a board member, it was very hard. But now I know the role of a board member. If a parent approached me and about an issue, I would have to say that I cannot give you support, because if I talk about this with you, I will not be able to vote on this issue if it came to a vote. And but before that, I would say, be friendly and everything. Instead, I would ask her to go through the channels. Did you talk to the teacher about it? Yes. Did you talk to the principal about it? And if the answer is yes, then I would say I'll send a note to the superintendent, or you can go on find out, some more information and try to go to the next chain. And if she did not talk to the teacher, principal, or he, then I would suggest you need to talk to the person that's involved, the supervisor. And after I would do that, I would send an email to the superintendent, Dr. Mitchell, to say, this is what happened, and this is what I heard. And I know that it happens too often, and but now I know that if we do, I'm concerned about things that happen, but if I take a part in it, then it's time for us to be at the board meeting. I wouldn't be able to vote because I only have one side, and we don't even know all the issues that it is. I was told it's only one-sided, we don't know what's going on. And we could show that we care, but that we're, like others have said, we're only one person, 5 people decide. And so I can't just give support without knowing all the facts anyway, which I would not do.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Mr. Hayakawa, describe how you would respond if a parent approached you in the grocery store and asked for your support on a particularly hot issue.
Thank you. I completely agree with everything that Mr. Kim and Ms. Friedman have said. I also have my handy dandy little handbook available to me as well. But just to add on a little bit, I would listen carefully and take parents' concerns seriously and ask them if they would like me to relay their concern to Superintendent Dr. Mitchell, as she alone is the spokesperson for the district and not any given individual board member, especially since outside of a board meeting, we are private individuals and have no authority to act or speak, for that matter, on behalf of the board. So especially if the concern involves a specific teacher or principal or any other employee of RUSD, I have no jurisdiction to address or resolve their issue, since the board only has one employee, and that is the superintendent, Dr. Mitchell. I would encourage the parent to formally submit a public comment at the earliest possible board meeting so that their concerns can be entered into the public record, so that the issue is communicated to the full board and cabinet, and so that formal action may be taken by the board to perhaps look into the issue further, or for the issue to become an agenda item at the following board meeting. That way, the cabinet and Dr. Mitchell could do the proper research on the agenda item to adequately prepare board members for a well-informed discussion at the following board meeting. So to directly answer the question, I would not be able to take a position on the parent's issue at that exact moment, because once again, I do not speak for the board as a whole.
Thank you. Question number 4, Ms. Friedman, we will be starting with you. Identify and share a recent board decision that you feel or felt strongly about. If you had been a board member at the time, how would you have balanced multiple interests and stakeholders in your decision making?
So less than a year ago, I don't know if that recent, but we had an emergency board meeting, and it was the hardest thing that we had to do. We had to vote on closing the school and go to distance learning, and it was very difficult. We really had no choice because of the laws in California and LA County, and the COVID was getting so bad that we had to do that. But it was very difficult. I felt strongly about it because we needed to do that for the safety of our staff and our students, and we didn't want anybody to get sick, and always safety comes first. And it was very difficult of a decision, but all of us, all 5 of us, knew that that had to be done because of the guidelines that were set forth. And so we all voted yes, we had to close the school and start distance learning. And that was very difficult.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Mr. Hayakawa, identify and share a recent board decision that you feel or felt strongly about. If you had been a board member at the time, how would you have balanced multiple interests and stakeholders in your decision making?
Thank you. I would like to speak about the recent board decision to fill the 2 vacancies on the board via appointment as opposed to special election. I was torn at the time because I'm a strong proponent of democracy and the direct will of the citizen's voice being heard. However, ultimately, I have concluded that I would have ultimately voted the same way that the board did, unanimously, to fill the vacancy by appointment as opposed to special election for several reasons. So first, the cost of a consolidated special election would have been a minimum of $150,000 per trustee area, assuming that we could even consolidate our election in the regular November 2021 election. Second, there would have been 2 vacancies on the board for the entire duration of basically now March through November, with a 3-member board being charged with the task of safely reopening our schools by themselves. Even worse, the newly elected board members in this hypothetical November scenario would likely not even be seated till December 2021. Furthermore, as a current elected official, I'm very intimately familiar with the Brown Act and how a 3-member board would prevent any board member from communicating about district business outside of a public meeting with any other board member, because that would create a majority of the 3-member board outside of the board meeting. And that, again, was just something that the board could not jeopardize in this really Herculean task that's coming up of opening our schools. So to answer your question, the decision that I felt strongly about was the recent vacancy appointments. I would have voted to go to special election just because we couldn't have risked having an unfilled board in that scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, identify and share a recent board decision that you feel or felt strongly about. If you had been a board member at the time, how would you have balanced multiple interests and stakeholders in your decision making?
I have not been in a recent any board member meeting right now. However, what comes to my mind to that question is the decision by College Board to remove the essay part of the SAT test. I was not happy with that decision, and the reason is I feel that in the essay, students have to be able to develop and master logic, evidence, and style. And because they removed that part of the test, I feel that instead of being a plus for students, it can be something negative, because now sometimes students cannot practice their essay writing and develop their style, their logical connections, or looking for evidence when they read some things. So I was not happy with the decision when they decided to remove the essay part of the SAT test. And so, yes.
Thank you.
The interview tonight. In addition to being a current elected official representing Rowland Heights, I am a proud alumnus and product of RUSD. In fact, I exclusively attended elementary school, middle school, and high school, all within Trustee Area 5, at Ibarra Elementary, Rincon Intermediate, which is Telus today, and John A. Rowland High School. Since I sat in the same classrooms that our students sit in today, I could bring a unique former student perspective to the RUSD Board of Education. I would like to serve on the board because I have a deep reverence for public education. Upon graduation from RHS, I continued my education at 2 of the best public universities in our state, at UC Berkeley for my undergraduate education and at UCLA for my graduate studies. Additionally, I have taught physics and astronomy at several community colleges throughout Southern California, both before and during the COVID-19 pandemic, so I could bring that educator's perspective to the board as well. My commitment to public service and education was instilled in me through my family, specifically my parents and my grandparents. My parents each grew up quite poor in inner city Los Angeles. One contributing factor was likely the fact that my paternal grandmother was incarcerated in the Japanese internment camp during World War II. However, through hard work and the affordability of the public CSE system, my parents were able to lift themselves out of poverty, becoming the first generation in their families to graduate from college, and were able to purchase an affordable home here in Walnut Heights. At this critical time in this historic pandemic for not only our school district, but also our country, we need board members who are both invested members of the community and have first-hand experience with the challenges in safely reopening our schools. With my unique lived experience as both a former RUSD student and current community college professor, I believe I could bring a much needed different perspective to the Rowland Unified School District Board of Education. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hayakawa. Mr. Kim, please provide a brief closing statement to support your appointment.
I invested my whole life to Rowland Heights. I've been living in Rowland Heights since 1985. I bought my first house in Rowland Heights, and I strongly believe that in order to keep up Rowland Heights, our school district has to do a great job. And I feel that for the past 32 years, I dedicated my life to education, not just in the classroom, but outside the classroom, talking to the parents, talking to the students, talking to the teachers, talking to the counselors, talking to the principals, because I believe that in order to have a great school district, we need that connection. Parents have to feel that we care, the district cares, the teachers care. I feel that I am the strongest advocate to keep the students in Rowland Heights, because I talk to many parents, they are Asian descent, that they all, when they finish junior high school, or even when they finish elementary school, they all plan to go to Diamond Bar School District, Troy High School. And I always tell them, where have you invested? Don't you live in don't you live in Rowland Heights? Don't you think that Rowland Heights, you have to invest in Rowland Heights? And what does that mean? We need to make our schools better. Your investment, the house that you bought in Rowland Heights, is your future. For example, is your retirement maybe? Don't you want your investment to be increased? Our schools have to be better. So we retain our elementary students here, we retain our junior high school students here, and we retain our high school. So they have this pride about living in Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. So that concludes our interview portion for the second round. At this time, the board will take approximately 10, oh, Ms. Friedman, I did it again. I'm sorry. I tell you, it's late as a
good listener, and I'm not afraid to speak up. I will continue to ask questions about any issue. I truly care about all of our students and staff. This is why when concerns come up and we have to vote on difficult things, I will always think of and consider what is best for our students, staff, and the community. I will not change. I will be the same person working hard and accomplishing all that has to be done for our USD. I'm ready for hard work and prepared for any and all challenges. My experience of being an elementary public school teacher for 36 years will be an asset to the board, and my experience of being an RUSD board member for 5 years will also be an asset to the board because I know what is expected of me. For 5 years as a board member, I was a part of accomplishing so many outstanding things, and I'm hoping I can continue to do this if appointed. Actually, to be honest, I miss being a board member. I am a true believer in public education. I believe the purpose of public education is to give all students the best possible education and prepare all students for the future. I also feel it is the responsibility of the public school to help students who are struggling, not just academically, but also behaviorally, hunger issues, place to study, etc. Students need to feel safe and comfortable in their classroom and school at all times. It is the responsibility of the public school to catch students early that are having problems in school. I am a person that gives 100% to any job I have. I am a very detailed person too. As I said before, I take being a board member very seriously. I will continue to ask many questions concerning anything and everything that affects the students, staff, the community, or anything about the district. That would be my top priority as a board member.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman, and again, my apologies. So now we have concluded the second round of interviews. So at this time, the board will take approximately 10 minutes to gather their thoughts prior to deliberation. And just a reminder, I will not be part of the deliberation process at all. So we will now take 10 minutes for the board members, Malkin, Venegas, and Chin. You have 10 minutes to process your notes and gather your thoughts before we start deliberations. And thank you again to Mr. Hayakawa, Mr. Kim, and Ms. Friedman for your time and commitment to our students and the community. Great, thank you. Okay, so now the board will begin their deliberation process. Board members, are you ready to begin that process? Yes, again. So we will begin with trustee area 1. Do I have a motion and a second to begin the deliberation process to appoint a board member to trustee area 1?
I'll make a motion to start the deliberation process for trustee area 1.
I have a motion by Mr. Venegas.
I second.
A second by Mr. Chin. We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Chin?
Aye.
Mr. Malkin?
Aye.
Mr. Venegas?
Aye.
And Ms. Pride is an aye. Motion carries. You may now begin your deliberation process.
You know, the questions, I don't know if it was the anxiety of the people responding or the wording of the question. I'm really not too sure. But several of them, for both candidates, really didn't answer the question. Just going on what information they did give me. For example, question number 4, up to question number 2. So I'm going on, you know, they gave us other information, even though they didn't answer that question. Looking at the gestalt of this whole thing, the first section, the second section, and the written, I'm leaning, right now I'm leaning towards Ms. Gonzalez overall. I'll be curious about the other 2.
And Mr. Malkin, I would agree. The questions sometimes were not directly answered, and the scores were a little different on this one for me as well. And looking at both the written, the first round and the second round, I am also going with Ms. Gonzalez. I think I would move forward with her.
And with Ms. Gonzalez, although she was, I think one of the questions was not answering to the point, but it's okay. Yeah, she expressed her opinion and on the issue, and I think she has a very strong background experience, and she was the RUSD employees, and she understand the issues, understand the schools and the environment, and so she would be the good candidate. Actually, everyone qualified and ready, but I support Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, board members. So do I have a motion to move forward Agnes Gonzalez to be appointed to the vacant seat for trustee area 1? And I'm sorry, Dr. Mitchell, when would be the effective date? Or do we need to say that?
We don't need to say the effective date.
Okay.
That seat is not vacant until March 1st, so it would
So
not
by then. Gotcha. So do I have a motion to move forward Miss Agnes Gonzalez to the appointment of the soon-to-be vacated seat for trustee area 1?
I'll make the motion to move Ms. Agnes Gonzalez to the board seat in trustee area 1 when it's vacant.
I have a motion by Mr. Malkin.
A second.
I have a second by Mr. Chin. Roll call vote. Mr. Chin?
Aye.
Mr. Malkin?
Aye.
Mr. Venegas?
Aye.
Ms. Pride abstains. Motion carries 3-1. Congratulations, Ms. Agnes Gonzalez, on your future appointment to the board seat for trustee area 1 in the Rowland Unified School District. So now we move on to deliberations for trustee area 5.
I'm letting somebody else go first on this.
Okay, go. Among the candidates, again, everyone is ready and everyone is.
Mr. Chen, hold on a second. Ms. Bryant, I think we need to make a motion to deliberate.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have a motion? Do I have a demotion to begin deliberation process for trustee area 5 board appointment?
I'll make a motion to deliberate trustee area 5.
I have a motion by Mr. Venegas,
A second.
a second by Mr. Malkin. Roll call vote. Mr. Chen,
Aye.
Mr. Malkin,
Aye.
Mr. Venegas,
Aye.
and Ms. Pride, aye. I tell you guys gave me a tough task for my last meeting. Something I have no idea what I'm doing following instructions. The board may now begin to deliberate.
Okay, just area 5 and 3 finalists. Everyone are ready and everyone is well prepared and qualified. Mr. Hayakawa, and thank you for clarifying your conflict of interest issue, and you are well prepared and you are well qualified and as a board member both in water district and also in the school board. And Mr. Kim, and I appreciate your dedicated over your 28 years in education and dedicate your time in education in Rowland, and also I thank you for clarifying your conflict of interest. I didn't know the Alpha Academy had closed the Rowland Heights office and moved to other areas, and you would be a very beneficiary to the district for the educations in this area. So, and Donna Freeman we worked with her for past 5 years, and we had a very good experience with her, and we had a track record. Miss Freeman is very good, is well prepared and very good a board member, and with us as a team.
And Mr. Chen, if I can add to that, both Mr. Kim and Mr. Hayakawa are very strong candidates, and I think that showed as they came through. One of the things I do like, though, I pushed for being not going to voting in November, and I pushed for this appointment, and we really want to make sure democracy is heard. And with Ms. Friedman, she has been appointed, she has been voted in, and so I think that leans a little bit for me, just because that is democracy. She wasn't voted out. It was just the way the rules had changed. So the other two gentlemen did very well, but I think I would lean towards Ms. Friedman as well.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the toughest decisions I got to make. There's so many reasons I would pick one over the other Mm-hmm. They all have really strong points. Mr. Kim, I deeply appreciate all that you do for helping our students. And I liked on your written response on the end here that you work on academics for college and non-college bound student opportunities. And I think that's so important that, you know, we want everybody to have the ability and the opportunity to go to college if they want to go to college. But college isn't always the best fit for everybody. And I really, you know, you're running an academy, yet you're still supporting non-college bound students. And I really think that's admirable. And I agree with you, what you said earlier, that for whatever reason, people think that if their student goes to Diamond Bar or to Walnut, they're going to do, they're going to have a better opportunity. And when you look at, our students and the colleges they go to, that isn't necessarily the fact. A matter of fact, Rowland High School took fourth in Academic Decathlon, and they're one of 11 schools going to state round. And a single one of our neighboring districts ranked in the top 4 or even the top 5, and none of them are going to state. So that alone, I think, speaks highly for Rowland Unified, that we do have good students. And in order to have good students, we need a good school district, we need good teachers, we need a good cabinet, and we need good board members. And I think we have all that. So, why people choose other districts, who knows? Kevin, you got 75 or 74% of the vote when you ran for water district. What more can one expect from somebody as far as community support to get that large number of support? Your dedication to education is flawless. And I won't say anything about you going to UCLA, so I'll keep that off. But that shows a good judgment there. But, going on what Mr. Venegas said, that Ms. Friedman basically left the board because of victims of circumstances, because of a lawsuit, and because of going to trustee areas. And I feel that come 2 years, this is going to be up for election. And I hope that everybody who participated tonight, not just the last 3, but everybody, will consider running for school board at that time. And like Mr. Hayakawa said, let democracy determine who should be the school board representative for District Trustee Area 5. But I think we're kind of in a holding pattern until then. And I would agree that Donna Freeman would be the best person to be in that position until that's open for election. And at that time, let the community then decide, did we make the right decision or should somebody else be in there? So I would support Donna Freeman.
Thank you. So do I have a motion to move forward Donna Friedman for the currently vacant board seat for trustee area 5?
I move for appoint Donna Freeman to be the board member, trustee area 5.
I have a motion by Mr. Chen and a second by Mr. Venegas. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Chen?
Aye.
Mr. Malkin?
Aye.
Mr. Venegas?
Aye.
And Ms. Pride abstains. Motion carries. Congratulations and welcome back, Ms. Friedman. On behalf of the board, I would like to take a moment to say thank you to all 16 candidates who applied and 14 who interviewed with us this evening. It was the board's pleasure to meet you all, and we encourage you to continue to serve our community and be involved in our schools. And if you're looking for a way to serve the district, get my email address because I have a new project with the district that I want to start on. And I need some good volunteers. So if you're looking to get involved with the district and help grow our district outside of the boardroom, please reach out to me and I would love to share with you some of my ideas. And with that, again, congratulations to Ms. Agnes Gonzalez and Ms. Donna Friedman. And Dr. Mitchell will be contacting you regarding taking your oath of office. Before we adjourn, this is my last act as a board member. And I just want to say that this process has been thorough. It has been inclusive. And I am very much appreciative to everybody who took the time to work on this process. I don't think that people on the outside know how many hours went into this process and how much time from everybody that went into this process. And as I said at the last board meeting a couple of weeks ago, I leave this district with a smile on my face, knowing that I'm leaving it in a better shape than I found it. And tonight, I continue to have that smile on my face because I know that not only am I leaving it better than I found it, but I'm leaving a strong board to continue to take our district to higher levels. So thank you, Mr. Malkin, Mr. Venegas, Mr. Chin, Dr. Mitchell, and Ms. Ward for all of your hard work on this process. And I look forward to continuing to follow the board and see what's in store next for Rowland Unified School District. So with that, can I have a motion? And I will make a motion to adjourn the study session of the Rowland Unified School District Board of Education. Do I have a second?
The Honorable President.
For the last time. Had to get that last one in. Thank you, Mr. Malkin.
I will second that motion.
You can keep texting that to me till Sunday at midnight. So I have a second by Mr. Malkin. We will take a roll call vote. Mr. Chin?
Aye.
Mr. Malkin?
It's with sadness that I say aye, that we have to end this.
Mr. Venegas? And for Ms. Pride, it is an aye. Thank you for allowing me to serve, and I look forward to maintaining my relationships, but more than that, my friendships with each and every one of you in the Rowland Unified School District.
Thank you, Ms. Pride.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.